Good evening, members, and welcome to this meeting of the BCP Council. I would like to also welcome members of the press and members of the public who are viewing the live stream of this meeting. I will now set out the housekeeping arrangements for the meeting. Please note that this meeting is being recorded by the Council for live and subsequent broadcast and will be published on the Council website for a minimum of 6 months. I would just like to take this opportunity just to advise councillors that we will not be proceeding with the introduction of the electronic voting this evening. This is rather disappointing, but as full membership of the council are not in a position to participate in the electronic voting system, it would be unwise to move forward with it. In order to ensure the meeting is managed effectively, please could everyone follow these ground rules for speed. Please only speak when invited to by the chairman. Always turn on your video function when invited to speak. Please state your name before you speak if you have not been introduced by name. Some people may need to dial into the meeting and will therefore not have the benefit of video. Please mute your microphone when you are not talking. If you'd like to speak on an item, please do so by utilising the raise your hand feature in the bar at the top of the Teams window. As a reminder, please don't forget to lower your hand once you have finished speaking. The messaging bar should not be used unless you are raising a point of order or providing the wording for a motion. Please remember that this panel is visible to all and subject to public information requests. Can I highlight that you may have noticed additional options on the raise your hand feature, and I will request that the councillors do not use these additional options on this feature. Where there appears to be consensus in the meeting for the motion, I will ask if there is any dissension from the motion. If you wish to vote against the motion, please type against in the message panel, otherwise the motion will be agreed without a vote. The Chief Executive will indicate who has voted against. When a formal vote is required, this will be carried out by roll call, asking for a response of for, against or abstain from each councillor. A recorded vote requires support from a quarter of the members present. If a request for a recorded vote is made, unless I have already received a notification of the request and 25% of the meeting have already intimated that they are in support, a roll call will be taken up to the point that a quarter of councillors present at the meeting support that request. If my connection is lost during the meeting, the Vice Chairman will take the chair until my connection resumes. Finally, please ensure background noise is kept to a minimum and that mobile phones and other devices are turned off or switched to silent for the duration of the meeting. Thank you very much. So the first item on this evening's agenda is apologies. Chief Executive, are you able to report as to whether we have any apologies for this evening's meeting?
Thank you, Chairman. No apologies have been received to date for this meeting.
Thank you very much. Agenda item 2, declarations of interest. Any declarations of interest received for this evening's meeting?
Thank you, Chairman. I understand that Councillors Mark Anderson and Sarah Anderson have disclosable pecuniary interest to declare in respect of item 7F on the agenda.
I have to go first.
Just to note that members declaring a pecuniary interest are advised to exit the meeting for the relevant item, and officers will then advise members to rejoin on conclusion of that item. So we'll manage that process. I think Councillor Mark Anderson.
Thank you, Chief Executive. Councillor Anderson.
Thank you, Chairman. I would like to declare a disclosable pecuniary interest in respect to item 7F, Cabinet 10th of March 20 minute number 315, sale of Christchurch bypass, by virtue of my wife being employed by Waitrose and will not speak or vote on this item.
Thank you, Councillor Anderson. Councillor Sandra Moore. Councillor Moore.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. Can I declare a personal interest, item 7E, the Children and Young People's Partnership Plan, as a trustee and member of the Teach Trust, the Educational Alliance of Camber Tees. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Moore. Councillor Sarah Anderson. Councillor Anderson.
Yes, good evening, Chair. I would like to I would like to declare a disclosable pecuniary interest in respect of item 7F, Cabinet 10th March 2021, minute number 315, sale of Christchurch bypass by virtue of being employed by Waitrose, and will not speak or vote on this item.
Thank you, Councillor Anderson. There don't appear to be any further indications to speak on the disclosure of pecuniary interests, in which case I will now move on to agenda item 3. Councillors, are you happy to confirm the minutes of the ordinary council meeting held on the 23rd of February 2021? Dissension from confirming the minutes, then I will agree that by consensus that the minutes be accepted. Thank you, members. Agenda item 4, announcements by myself. Members, it's with sadness that I am reporting the death of Eric Smith, who was a former Bournemouth, Winton and Moordown wards, and I would like to call on Councillor Anne Filer to say a few words, please. Councillor Filer.
Yes, thank you, Chairman. I first met Eric Smith when I joined Bournemouth Council in 1999, and I served with him for 4 years until he retired in 2003. There are not many. Sorry, I seem to have someone else on the line. Can you all mute? There aren't many of us left today who remember him and his wife Barbara, who was also a councillor, proud to be completely independent and unafraid to speak up for what they believed to be right. Eric was an extremely kind gentleman of the old school. He was very helpful to me as I stumbled to learn the arcane ways of local government, and I remember being so grateful to him on several occasions for his tolerance and patience. He was a retired captain of the Royal Engineers and a former county councillor. Eric was borough councillor for Winton from 87 till 95, and he became the councillor for Moordown from May 95 until he retired in 2003, and serving on and chairing several committees. Looking back on those easier, gentler days of local government, Eric was the embodiment of courtesy and probity and was universally liked. I'm sure you would all like to join me in expressing condolences to his family and especially to his wife, Barbara. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you, Councillor Filer. I would like to ask members to join me in a minute's silence in remembrance of Councillor Eric Smith. Members, I'm sure you're fully aware that today marks the anniversary of the first COVID lockdown. As part of the remembrance, at 8 o'clock, I understand there will be a Beacon of Remembrance event, and I propose to adjourn the meeting at 7:55, or as near as we can get to, and continue again at 8:05. This will allow councillors to participate in the event if they so wish. I would like to remind councillors that the motion deferred from the council meeting on the 23rd of February 2021 2021 has been withdrawn in accordance with the Constitution and therefore does not appear on this evening's agenda for this meeting. Moving on then to agenda item 5, public issues, public questions. In accordance with the Constitution, the following public questions have been published on the website and a link circulated to all councillors. Responses to these questions have also been published on the council's website. So we have questions from Chrissy Morris Brady on non-permeable driveways, Samantha March on the Arts and Makers Market in Bournemouth Gardens, Don Nutt on the Keyhole Bridge, Ian Clark on the Shack Cafe in Mustcliff Park, and Mr. Phil Stanley on the end of the emergency legislation on remote meetings. Statements. In accordance with the Constitution, the following statements have been published on the website and a link circulated to all councillors. Mr. Phil Stanley with regards to a memorial for those affected by the pandemic. Moving on then to petitions. There are no petitions submitted for this evening's council meeting. I will then move on to questions from councillors, and I would remind councillors that we have a 30-minute slot set aside for questions from councillors. Can I first call upon Councillor Howell, who I understand you have a question to put to Councillor Broadhead regarding the planning process for the housing scheme at Turlin Moor playing fields. Councillor Mark Howell, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The budget has allocated approximately £400,000 for completion of the planning process for the development of housing on Turlin Moor playing fields. This clearly demonstrates an intention to proceed with the scheme, which was initiated by the Borough of Poole following the planned consultation. How does the council intend to fund the build out of the scheme? What level of certainty is there as to the availability of funding? And when can we expect to see proposals for resiting of the foot?
Thank you, Councillor Howell. Councillor Broadhead, please.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you to Councillor Howell for the question. The project was commenced by the former Borough of Poole with the intention that once planning consent was achieved, a full business case would be prepared and the council would then make a decision as to how the project would be taken forward. The options at that time were to include disposal of the site once the remedial works were completed, or the selection of a joint venture partner to work with the council. The site remains a significant allocated housing site, but as I've pledged again and again, we can only take the next steps if we bring the local community along with us, and that starts with full and proper local consultation. I'm pleased to say that work has already begun on this process to do it properly and has started in earnest with the ward councillors alongside myself and Councillor Jane Kelly as the lead member for community engagement. Our aim is to show how to listen properly to the local community and not bully them into something by telling them that we know best. Once the parameters for the scheme are finalised following that resident consultation, then the business case will be developed. Prior to any planning permission being submitted, the business case with all of the various options will need to be considered by council. The capital funding requirements of the project will form part of that business case, together with any grant opportunities which may be suitable for the project. And to answer Councillor Howell's question directly, I'm delighted to confirm that Homes England have committed that they would welcome a further funding bid if there are suitable funding programmes available and once the project has more certainty and clarity after that consultation. With regard to the background work for the project, that's at the stage where most of the site investigations and work surveys have been completed, but there are still some site surveys that would need to be able to be concluded for the technical options regarding the around the sports pitch provision. At the current time, the additional surveys are on hold until that full engagement can take place face-to-face with the local community. As part of that process, we will clearly need to fully engage with the local sports clubs regarding the football pitches as part of that process to come. The timescales of that bid are yet unknown, but the conversations and consultations will start again once lockdown eases. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Councillor Broadhead. Councillor Howell, did you have a supplementary at all?
Yes, thank you. It's just in relation to the sports pitches. we're building, obviously being forced to build more and more houses by government, either ourselves or private developers, facilitating 2,500 a year, as councillors know. Surely it is, would the portfolio holder agree that it's absolutely essential that we do not lose capacity in sports pitches, and that on this project, new sports pitches should be in place before the existing ones are taken out of service? Thank you.
Councillor Broadhead.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I fully agree. We need a joined-up strategic approach, not just to housing, but to the sporting provision that we have, the whole of BCP. And that's why that has to be part of the process rather than at the front of the process. Equally, as I've said, the importance of community engagement here is paramount. I think the very worst thing that we could do is to decide exactly what we think should be on the site, including the sports provision, present that to the local community, who inevitably will see it as a fait accompli, and then that will not help to bring them on the journey and really to provide the homes that we want for local people. So Councillor Howell's completely right. We need a joined up approach, not just on the housing, but the sports provision as well, and I'm determined to do that properly. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Councillor Broadhead. The next question is from Councillor Rigby. I understand you have a question to put to Councillor Mohan Iyengar regarding the Arts and Makers Market. Councillor Rigby, please.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. And I appreciate, I have spoken with Councillor Iyengar about this as well outside of this meeting, so I appreciate that from him. But this question's regarding the work due to start on replacing the Avery and Bournemouth Lower Gardens, as well as the Westover Gardens Art and Makers Market. The traders who operate from there are concerned about a significant loss of earnings because of this. In the current climate, we need to be stepping up support for the local artists and traders. A large number of these who have slipped through the cracks in the COVID support schemes. By making a commitment to not only continue the existing market, but to be able to expand this across the conurbation, BCP Council can demonstrate their support to our small local businesses. Therefore, would the portfolio holder be able to confirm that the traders who use this space will have a suitable alternative site provided at the current rate they've been charged while the works are ongoing? Further to this, could the council investigate new suitable sites for arts and makers markets to be held in both Poole and Christchurch in the summer? Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Rigby. Councillor Iyengar, please.
Thank you, Chairman, and thank you, Councillor Rigby, for the question and for our conversation last week. The market won't be closing for construction during the peak period. Summer trading is important, and Avery will stay as is and open through to early September, subject, of course, to government rules around lockdown and easing. There'll also be a spring clean of the site before the summer starts as well. But also, I think most people would agree the market and the Avery need some tender loving care. The legacy here is that we have two different projects at different stages. One is a design for the market, modern and improved with groundwork and prefabricated stalls. And this has gone through consultation and has planning consent. The other project is the construction of the Avery, which is currently further along in its cycle, and next steps will be imminent. Ward councillors have been supportive throughout and secured an allocation of neighbourhood SIL to the project, and discussions are continuing to secure the whole funding that is required. If the funding can be delivered, we'll look to deliver both projects in as joined up a way as possible, ideally with only one disruption to users and at the least sensitive time for trading as possible. And this is likely to be September at the earliest or later. On the point about providing an alternative site at current rates, I think this question was raised on the assumption that summer trading would be disruptive, but it won't be. And as we get nearer to the time for the real dates for construction, there'll be a discussion about what's appropriate. Finally, on the general point about supporting small businesses across the three towns, I think it's fair to say at this point that BCP Council has worked at considerable speed over the past year to expedite no less than £125 million in grants and loans, in particular to small businesses, and also that market traders have been able to claim grants to help them survive through the pandemic. We'll also be introducing the so-called Bounce Back Challenge Fund, to which market traders can bid to support their activities and to improve pride in the towns. And last but not least, and you'd expect me to say this, more recently we announced the Festival Coast Live, a way to kickstart a whole range of activities that bring residents outdoors and visitors to our towns, precisely to support our local traders and organisations of all kinds. Specific sites and events are being coordinated through FCL, Festival Coast Live, and the business improvement districts as well have a key role in all of this. I do encourage market traders to see what's available and to get themselves actively involved. Thank you, Councillor Rigby. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you, Councillor Iyengar. Councillor Rigby, did you have a supplementary at all?
Yeah, just a very short one, Chair. Councillor Iyengar, it's just one thing, really, and thanks for that and the support that you're going to show to that's going to be really greatly appreciated. The only other thing I'd ask is if something you may not be able to answer right now, but if it could be investigated, whether the market can open a little bit earlier than this year, then I think it's been traditionally May. If that could be possibly aligned with the reopening of general retail as well as the restrictions are lifted, that'd be appreciated, I think, to just give a bit more length to the trading season.
Okay.
Councillor Iyengar?
I'll take the request away. Thank you, Councillor. Response. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The next question is from Councillor Trent. I understand you have a question for Councillor Mark Anderson on the use of open spaces. Councillor Trent, please.
Yes, thank you. Over the last 12 months pandemic, we've learned a lot about how to cope with lockdowns and have had to adapt to the limitations and challenges that all of us in our communities have faced. In view of these experiences and the fact that many scientists and researchers believe that as a result of many factors, we could see the 1 in 100-year global pandemic become a 1 in 20 years, should this council and others review their plans and policies to take account of these new dangers? For example, during the lockdown, we have realised the value of our open spaces and places to walk on our doorstep rather than a car ride away. Should we review the idea that a new development can be served by an alternative green space, a car or bus ride away, and look at more localised and joined up areas to walk, cycle or push a buggy? On the management of our existing local spaces and parks, we've realised that, particularly in the winter, our valuable footpaths and parks that have become busier than ever can so easily become quagmires, often causing people to break social distancing guidelines to pass one another, and that in some of our natural areas there are bottlenecks that have involved trampling on valuable vegetation to pass other people at what is often less than an ideal distance apart. Could we look at the way we manage these spaces so that in areas which need it, there are pedestrian passing places, and in all areas the footpaths are able to withstand the greater usage? And finally, could we look at the creation of disabled friendly routes on flatter areas of our open spaces, so we do not exclude those that for whatever reason have limited mobility? I just put a note on the question which actually shouldn't have been part of the question, but I'll say it anyway. There are ideas I've discussed as a ward councillor in the past relating to disabled routes that I am looking to pursue afresh. I'm sure other members can identify similar opportunities in the areas they represent. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Trent.
Thank you, Chairman. BCP Council is working on a new green infrastructure strategy with the input from Public Health Dorset. We will certainly be trying to develop plans to link up more spaces and give the public access to green space and wild space. We're calling this our Green Net. This is especially important for those with the poorest access to green space at the moment. We will look to ensure that more people can easily access green space by foot and by bike. Many people can already do this by using the seafront, the Stour Valley Way, the Poole Harbour Trail or Castlemaine Trailway. But we will keep working on missing links and creating links from our most built up areas to these spaces. That might be by improving existing green space, opening up more green space, or making it easier to access spaces by improving crossing points. You mentioned creating passing places and widening paths. This last winter has been difficult with many more people staying local and visiting local green spaces. The wet weather has caused a number of sites to suffer from heavy use. In the short term, we will be repairing paths that have been damaged and adding more stone or bark chip. In the longer term, we are working on a number of key routes through green spaces with the Transforming Cities team. and will be working to improve a number of these paths. Outram Country Park has been extended to people at the park, whilst we're working on plan to open up more space at Throop with a new nature park, adding an additional 12 hectares of much needed open space. In Christchurch, we'll be opening up more space, such as at Mayor's Mead. You asked about making routes accessible for people with disabilities. All our new and improved routes are designed to meet good standards for accessibility as far as is practicable. We know there are many routes throughout the conurbation that do not meet good standards, but each year we're making more spaces available. Parks team are working with Dots Disability to audit Waterman's Park and Alexander Park this year, where improvement suggestions will form new plans for these sites. We're looking at improvements along the Stour Valley, Central Gardens and Kings Park in Bournemouth, Iford Golf Course and Jumpers in Christchurch, and through Harbourside in Poole. As part of the Green Flag Award standards, we aspire for all our sites to be considered good and safe access.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Trent, did you have a supplementary at all?
Yes, thank you, Chair. Yeah, it's just a little point. I'd implied in the question that the local plan perhaps needs to be looked at. And I know that in previous thinking, a lot of developments were going to be justified by having green space away from the actual site where the development's taking place. With what we've learned, should we be making sure that we don't create a situation where there are dense developments taking place that do not have at least some degree of green space and walking areas on their doorstep? I wonder if portfolio holders can clarify what's likely to happen in the local plan thinking on that.
Thank you, Councillor Trent. Councillor Anderson.
Thank you, Chairman. When it comes to green spaces, I'm all in favour of making them as close to the residents as possible. It's quite interesting, actually, that we have over 470 green spaces in the conurbation. Some are very small, less than 1 hectare, and some several hundreds of hectares in size. I won't read out the list, but I do know that they are very extensive and they do offer a very wide range of green spaces to most of the population, and they do show that the conurbation is very green. I also thought it was quite interesting if I had a look to see what green spaces we have in Councillor Trent's ward, Alder Hill and Alderney and Bourne Valley ward, sorry. And please excuse me, Councillor Trent, if I've misattributed some of these green spaces to your ward when they're not in it. It's interesting, we have Alder Hills, Alder Heights, Alder Farm allotment, Aspen Gardens, Arndt Crescent Open Space, Bourne Valley Nature Reserve, Bourne Valley Park, Branksome Recreation Ground, Rossmore EPD amenities areas, Rossmore Road, Playground, Winston Avenue, and of course part of Talbot Heath. When I was looking at the list, and it is a very extensive list of green spaces around the conurbation, I also noticed there's some quite interesting places which I'm very interested in finding the history of, some of which I know, some of which I intend to investigate. And I thought that the council might like to hear some of the names of the lesser known ones, or at least not as well known to me, and I hope to other councillors as well. We have places such as Delft Woods, Pocket Park, Barber's Piles, Dirty Lane Coppice, Ice Lane Amenity Open Space, Pars Plantation, Perkins Island, The Clump, Knapp Mill Avenue, one that I really like, Officers Mess, Millam's Mead, Pugs Hole, Thampu Gardens, House of Bethany, The Dingle, Cookieswood and The Rookery. These are some of the ones that I've picked out. There are others. So, Chairman, I think that we should be able to build green spaces, enhance the green spaces we've got, and make sure that our residents have easy access to all green space amenities. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Anderson. Moving swiftly on, Councillor Lepoidovin, I understand you have a question for the leader regarding the Air Festival. Councillor Lepoidovin.
Thank you, Chair. My question is, The leader has recently assured a resident that holding the Air Festival is compatible with the Council's declaration of a climate emergency. I'd be grateful if he could outline the additional measures being put in place for this year's festival to ensure compliance with the spirit and the letter of this declaration. Thank you.
Councillor Mellor, please.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you for the question, Madam Mayor. In 2019, the Council undertook both environmental and economic assessments of Bournemouth Air Festival. The economic impact confirmed the Air Festival made a major contribution of £32 million to the local economy, attracting over 600,000 visitors, and still retains its reputation as an important attractor event for the region. The environmental impact assessment calculated the total carbon footprint of the festival to be 7,190 tonnes of CO2. The display aircraft fuel accounted for only 240 tonnes, 0.3% of the total calculated on usage of 95211 litres of fuel. The main challenge that we face is modal shift in travel to and from the destination, whether for the Air Festival or the millions of visitors that travel to the area throughout the year, as well as the thousands of residents travelling around the area to visit beaches and local attractions. Alongside the BCP Sustainable Events Management Policy, there is an ongoing Air Festival Sustainability Action Plan, which includes objectives to not only reduce the carbon footprint of travel by a third over the next 3 years, but also to reduce the use of man-made energy, plastics, waste to landfill, and the carbon footprint of trade and catering provision. We will also continue to offset the carbon emissions of the flying display fuel each year. Plans are in place to develop the programming of the festival to make it more attractive for residents to visit and provide a wider community interest for the whole conurbation. This will include greater content on sea and land alongside the air displays. Tourism is vital to the economy, worth over 1 billion and 17,000 jobs, and thousands of visitors attracted to the Air Festival not only support this economy, but provide the opportunity for us to begin to influence how they think about travel, not only to the festival, but in their everyday lives and on return visits to the destination and elsewhere. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Mellor. Did you have a supplementary question for Councillor Mellor? Councillor Boydovin?
Yes, I do.
Thank you.
There's very much perception that the future good of the area and of the planet in general is being made subservient to the economy locally, short term. And that was, I was very interested that the leader began his answer by talking about the benefits to the local economy of the Air Festival. However, his answer in dealing with the substance of the question about specific changes was very motherhood and apple pie. It was very vague, non-specific, and I would like some concrete measures, please. Two or three. I realise you can't go into great detail.
Did you have a supplementary question, Councillor Boydovin, or did you wish to hold a discussion with the leader outside of this evening's meeting?
The question is, could he give us 2 or 3 specifics at this point?
Councillor Mellor?
Thank you very much. And I'll start actually by saying that we are guardians as this council, and we've declared a climate emergency. We're guardians of our environment. We are also guardians of our economy, and it is not a binary choice. So I make no apology for talking about the economic impact of this alongside the environmental impact. What we need to do continually in our position as community leaders and where we have influence is to look to educate people and our partners in these events so we can move towards a more sustainable solution. I talked about, and I did talk in detail about the sustainable events management policy. When we're talking about reduction in plastics, reduction in man-made energy over the next 3 years, reduce the carbon footprint of travel by a third over the next 3 years. These are tangible actions that I've put forward in my answer. I've just come back to, this isn't a binary choice, but it's been made out. We can be guardians of the economy and the environment. We're going to do both.
Thank you, Councillor Mellor. The next question, I understand you have a question for Councillor Green regarding pedestrian crossings. Councillor Rice, please.
Yes, thank you very much. There have been requests for a safe pedestrian crossing on Wimborne Road near Bailey Crescent for 7 years now. This was following an horrific incident when a person walking along the pavement was severely injured after a driver drove into the refuge, the crossing that's there, and then drove onto the pavement, driving into the pedestrian. We also know that speeding on Wimborne Road is an issue. The road danger team installed a temporary speed camera which recorded 6 activations in just 50 minutes at mid-morning, so not even peak rush hour, at time of 11:50 a.m. in October last year. They then set up another camera for 6 weeks, which recorded 119 activations. Additionally, this road causes a severance issue to the community, so people living on one side of the road are not able to easily speak to other people. Like, they just can't cross that road, the housing on either side, because of the busyness of the road. And this is caused by the design of the road. And there is also clearly speeding as an issue, again caused by the design of the road. However, I do acknowledge that this is an issue in many roads in BCP, since we have one of the highest incidences of road accidents in the UK. Therefore, please, can you tell me how long the BCP list of requests for new pedestrian crossing is? Please, can you tell me where on the priority list this specific pedestrian crossing is? So that's replacing the refuge that is currently in place on Wimborne Road near Bailey Crescent. And can you tell me, with the current levels of funding, an estimate of how long it will be before this crossing reaches a fundable section of the list? Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Rice. Councillor Mike Green, please.
Thank you, Chairman, and thank you, Councillor Rice, for your question. I'm sorry to hear about the accident that Councillor Rice mentions and made further inquiries. I understand it was the result of an intoxicated driver striking the refuge and subsequently hitting a pedestrian further down the road some distance from the refuge. This section of highway was renewed in 2017-18 as part of the Legacy Pool Challenge Fund programme, and the replacement of the refuge was considered in light of the aforementioned accident. However, the particular circumstances of the incident and the fact that there have been no accidents involving users of the pedestrian refuge meant that other locations were determined to be of higher priority for road safety spend. The lining and lighting were, however, refreshed as part of those works. And if you can, 1 second. In response to Councillor Rice's specific questions, the pedestrian crossing list currently has 110 requests. The request for the upgrade of the existing pedestrian refuge to a controlled crossing is considered to rank at the lower end of the list. This is primarily because there have been no pedestrian injury accidents at the crossing, there have been very few vehicle-to-vehicle collisions in the vicinity, and none appear to be related to the refuge, and there are very low pedestrian flows. As it stands, it's unlikely that the replacement of this pedestrian refuge with a controlled crossing will be funded for road safety reasons for some time. Nevertheless, officers are fully aware of the request and will consider delivery if suitable funding opportunity were to present itself through, for example, developer contributions in a very local application which would affect that location. It's clear that the number of requests for crossings and other road safety measures will always outstrip supply by a considerable margin. I'm currently working with officers in taking another look at the way we classify and prioritise these, and hope that the project will lead to swifter initial indications of likelihood and timing. Once that review is complete, I shall make sure I update Councillor Rice with respect to this particular request. And I'll stop there because I know that we have other questions that we want to get through, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Councillor Green. Did you have a supplementary at all, Councillor Rice?
Yep. I suppose it's a classic debate where there's not many people crossing a road. Is it suitable to have a crossing? The reason that there's not many, or often the reason there's not many people crossing a road, is because it is so dangerous that people don't even try and cross it. But I appreciate that is the case for many roads in BCP. Really, I would like to just ask whether the cycle lane that goes up through that section is just simply painted on and not very protected. And I would like to hear whether we can get commitment with the transforming travel, or following on from the transforming travel work, because it is a major route for children travelling to Poole High and other secondary schools. At the moment, these children are having to share 2 lanes of traffic, and it would be good to hear that there's a commitment to ensure safe travel for children to Pool High along the whole stretch of Wimborne Road, which would include making this crossing safer as well, just because it would help to reduce speeds. Thank you.
Councillor Green.
Mr. Chairman, I don't really see that as a supplementary question to the original, but I will point out that, as Councillor Rice will be aware, as I've sent the slides to it, we had just had a briefing on the local cycling and walking infrastructure plan, which talks about our proposals for the next 20 years or so, and certainly I would expect that Wimborne Road would be included within that. However, as to priority, that is something that will be determined following the consultation and further discussions.
Thank you, Councillor Green. I'm going to swiftly move on to Councillor Evans. Councillor Evans, please. LJ.
Thank you, Chair. It's pleasing to see the administration continuing the Transforming Travel initiative using the Department for Transport grant that the Unity Alliance secured last year to create a greener, healthier and better connected region. We welcome implementation of the Transforming Cities Fund and the development of sustainable travel routes north to south across the conurbation, following full public consultation. However, the majority of travel in BCP is east-west, and further solutions are desperately needed to address the congestion on these roads by providing our residents with safe, quick and environmentally friendly alternatives to driving. The reorganisation of care at Poole and Bournemouth hospitals following the clinical services review is particularly reliant on enabling efficient journeys between the two sites for patients, staff and visitors. Would the portfolio holder please advise whether this can be progressed as a priority? Thank you.
Councillor Green.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I thank Councillor Evans for her question. Councillor Evans' opening sentence suggests she is possibly not aware of the history of the Transforming Cities Fund bid. It was put together by the Conservative-run Bournemouth Council, Conservative-run Borough of Poole and Conservative-run Dorset Council. Largely through the good effort of the Conservative MPs representing the areas of Bournemouth, Poole and Mid-Dorset, it was supported and funding was granted by our Conservative government. Nevertheless, putting party politics aside, I share Councillor Evans' pleasure at the good progress we are making. I agree with Councillor Evans about the necessity to improve east-west connectivity across the conurbation. The original expression of interest submitted by the predecessor councils as part of the Transforming Cities Fund bid did include the east-west route. However, during the development of the strategic outline business case, and specifically the early assessment sifting tool appraisal, which we were obliged to use, it became clear that the north-south corridors offered higher benefit cost ratios. Crucially, they were also more deliverable in the required timeframes and therefore were chosen as the routes for inclusion in the successful bid to the Department of Transport. Additionally, the east-west route was previously improved as part of the large local Sustainable Transport Fund programme, which oversaw £18 million investment between 2012 and 2015. With regards to the hospitals, officers have been working closely with them to mitigate and minimise the impact of the reorganisation and associated developments. This is including the securing of funding for sustainable transport infrastructure and services as part of legal agreements with planning approvals. I will continue to work with officers to improve transport for all modes east-west across the conurbation. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Councillor Green. I am cognizant of the time and I will allow Councillor LJ Evans to ask a supplementary if she has a supplementary. Councillor Evans?
No, I'm grateful to.
Thank you. Right. In which case then I will allow Councillor Farquhar to ask his question, but after that question's been dealt with, I'll bring a close to the questions as Councillor Trent has already asked a previous question. So, Councillor Farquhar, please.
Thank you, Chair. What plans does this administration have to deliver on the local cycling and walking infrastructure plan for Boscombe Overcliff Drive, which runs the entire length of the southern boundary of the ward I represent, Boscombe East and Folkestone? This road is part of the national cycling network, but it does not benefit from either a cycle lane or suitable road service and the maintenance to improve the safety for cyclists and those with accessibility needs. This particular stretch of the NCNR was considered by the highway officers to be suitable to be part of the successful bid for the first phase of the emergency active travel plan in the circa of £312,000. An experimental traffic regulation order was drawn up to fulfil the criteria of 7 working days to develop and submit the programme with proposals to be installed on the ground within 12 weeks. This same ETR, which followed central government guidance exactly, would have allowed residents the opportunity to comment on the effectiveness based on empirical evidence gathered by its operation, to prevent through motor vehicle traffic over a consultation period of a minimum of 6 months. This empirical evidence would have been used to keep, remove or modify the ETRO. And if the consultation was positive, then this road could have benefited from the share of the possible 1.1 million for the second phase of the EAT funding. Now, I've given a background here for the benefit of the public, so I'll just ask my question at the end again. What plans does this administration have to deliver on the local cycling and walking infrastructure plan for the Boscombe Overcliff Drive, which runs the entire length of the southern boundary of the ward I represent, Boscombe East and Folkestone? Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Farquhar. Councillor Green, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Councillor Farquhar, for your question. I've discussed progress on the local cycling and walking infrastructure plan, or the LSWIP, with members over the last couple of weeks, and it will go out for public engagement in the next few days, providing the public with an opportunity to provide their views on the plan. Once feedback from the engagement has been considered, officers will prepare a final plan for consultation and council approval. The LSWIP will provide a list of strategic cycling and walking desires, as well as an element of ranking within that list. The LSWIP is a roadmap for the next 20 to 30 years, and it would be premature for me to commit to any particular scheme at this stage. Where proposals do come forward in the future, then their impacts on traffic levels, health benefits, air quality, road safety and so on will be fully considered. And unlike our predecessors, this administration will ensure that the proposals are consulted upon before any physical measures are implemented. As Councillor Farquhar notes, this particular stretch of road was planned for inclusion within the ETRO road closure programme implemented last summer by the previous administration. However, even at that stage, its unpopularity among both residents and businesses was extremely clear, and I'm pleased that my predecessor performed a U-turn and agreed to scrap that proposal. I would fully expect any proposal to resurrect this idea will be met with the same vociferous and well-reasoned animosity as before. I do not share Councillor Farquhar's regret that part of the £1.1 million of Active Travel 2 pot is unavailable for making permanent of such an ill-thought-out scheme, and I'm pleased that we have the opportunity to spend it on much more worthwhile projects as we strive to improve walking and cycling provision in the BCP area. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Councillor Green. Councillor Farquhar, did you have a brief supplementary at all?
I do, Chair, and thank you very much. And thank you, Councillor Green, for your answer and the correct pronunciation of LSWIP. I'll remember that for the abbreviation. My question is fairly simple. Since it was highways officers that drew up the plans for the original ETRO, will it be the same highways officers that will be looking at the consultation that is coming shortly that Councillor Green referred to?
Councillor Green.
Thank you very much, Chairman, and I thank Councillor Farquhar for his supplementary question. And I'm very pleased to have been able to tell him how to pronounce LSWIP, but I'm sure that there are other ways as well. The highways officers work as a team, as one would expect, so I can't guarantee that it would be exactly the same officers that would be involved in that. However, I would expect that there would be some crossover between them. What I would say, though, is that there was a very clear political directive that was given in the ETRO process towards the closure of the roads. That political directive does not exist anymore, and therefore we will be looking at all of the schemes that come forward and all the proposals come forward in a fair and equitable way, which will look at both the economy, it will look at local residents, and it will look at active travel, and will take all of them into consideration. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Councillor Green. Thank you, members, for your questions. I am now going to move on to 7 recommendations from Cabinet and other committees. First item 7A is the Licensing Committee of the 4th of March 2021, minute number 33, item of any other business procedural issue. Can I call upon Councillor Judes Butt to introduce the item, please?
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. This is with regard to the single private hire area to full council. At the meeting of the Licensing Committee on the 4th of March 2020, a procedural error was reported to the Chair by the licensing team. The committee and full council on the 23rd of February had agreed to apply Part 2 of the Local Government Miscellaneous Provisions Act 1976, but due to the procedural error, this was done without fulfilling prerequisite legislative requirements. As such, in order to meet the procedural requirements of Section 45 of the Local Government Miscellaneous Provisions Act 1976, BCP Council has notified the parish councils and placed an advert in the local paper for 2 consecutive weeks of the council's intention to resolve that the provisions of Part 2 of the Local Government Miscellaneous Provisions Act 1976 will apply in their area. This resolution, when made by full council, will create the single private hire area for the BCP conurbation for the provision of private hire licensing from the date specified as part of the resolution. This aspect of the policy was welcomed by the taxi trade. I can confirm now that Burton and Winkton Parish Council, Christchurch Parish Council, Highcliffe and Warkford Parish Council and Herne Parish Council have all been notified of this intention by way of an email sent on the 2nd of March 2021. Notices appeared in the Daily Echo on both the 5th and 12th of March 2021. This enacted as these councils do not form part of the BCP Council per se, but they do have entity in their own right, thus it is required that they are notified as explained. The full Licensing Committee on the 4th of March voted unanimously to recommend that Council now resolve that Part 2 of the Local Government Miscellaneous Provisions Act 1976 shall apply to the whole administrative area of Bournemouth, Christchurch and Poole Council from the 1st of June 2021. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I so propose.
Thank you, Councillor Butt. I understand that Councillor Bagwell isn't with us this evening. And I've noted that Councillor Bagwell was to second your proposal. Do you have a seconder at all? Councillor Kelsey?
Yeah, more than happy to second that, Mr. Chairman. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Members, it's been proposed and seconded. Is there any debate at all? No, in which case I will move to the vote. Is there any dissension, please? Please show in the conversation bar. Right, I have a request to speak from Councillor, Councillor Diana Butler.
Thank you,
Councillor
Chairman.
Butler.
I just wanted to confirm with Councillor Judes Butt, how many taxi people have actually replied to the email that was sent out? Have you got a rough idea?
It's not so much that, if I may answer that, Mr. Chairman, I apologise.
Yes, please do.
I'll answer it quickly, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you.
It's not so much that it's not a consultative 2 weeks. It's a notifiable 2 weeks. So it's in the paper for 2 weeks. So they're notified of our intention, but it's not another consultation, Councillor Butler. I hope that's helpful. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Butt. If there is no further questions or debate, can members please show in the conversation bar any dissent? Thank you. In which case, that is unanimous. Moving on then to item 7B, Audit and Governance Committee, the 11th of March 2021, minute number 70. Report of the Constitution Review Working Group, changes to the Council's Constitution. Can I call upon Councillor John Beasley, please? Councillor Beasley?
Thank you very much, Chairman. The Audit and Governance Committee at its meeting on the 11th of March 2021 considered a report from the Constitution Review Working Group which had made 4 recommendations concerning changes to the council's constitution. These changes are set out on the agenda at paragraphs 37 to 56, and they concern firstly the code of conduct for councillors, the process for consideration of complaints, secondly the procedural rule concerning public statements to committees, thirdly welfare payments for councillors, and lastly the COVID-19 response period and the amended Constitution Article 15. These 4 recommendations were approved unanimously by the Audit and Governance Committee on the 11th of March, and I therefore present the 4 recommendations and ask that they be received and adopted. And in terms of seconding, Chairman, the Vice Chairman of Audit and Governance, Councillor Lawrence Williams, will be happy to do so.
Thank you, Councillor Beasley. Councillor Williams?
Yes, thank you. I'm very happy to second.
Thank you, Councillor Williams. Members, is there any debate? Sorry,
Chair,
sorry, Councillor Slade. Are you having problems with your raise the hand feature?
My hand is raised because I would like to speak, please.
Okay, Councillor Slade, please.
Thank you very much. I'd just like to speak to item C, the welfare payments for councillors. At this meeting, but I have spoken to many people who were present, and I am disappointed that the issues around equality and diversity in our senior leadership team was not discussed. I totally recognise councillors are not employees of the council, and I recognise that the 6-month rule means that if somebody is ill or they have time off to have a child, whether it be biological or adoption leave, that the 6-month rule would allow them to maintain their responsibilities as a councillor. However, it is hardly progressive and going to encourage people of working age, childbearing age, and those who might have additional needs to put themselves forward for responsibilities such as chairmanships, cabinet office, or even, dare I say, leader of the council, if we are not going to put them in a position whereby the council will support them if they are in a situation where they need time off for maternity, paternity, or other parental type of leave. There are other councils who have acknowledged that if we are going to get a council that is representative of our communities, we have to move forward and think about this. And I have discussed other issues such as potentially the ill health of a cabinet member. When one is off sick, as we had a situation last year with a member of my cabinet, it is not possible to go and get another job during that time. And it seems very unfair to me that the leader of the council would have to make the decision to either absorb the work of a cabinet member, would not be in a position to replace them and continue to pay them if they were off on sick leave or maternity leave, when they did not have the option to go and get other work. And I really hope that this can be revisited, and I will be happy to take forward policies that are underway in other councils that have adopted maternity and sick pay for senior councillors, so that the council can maintain its responsibilities for its elected members and also make sure we have a duty of care to those individuals. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Slade. Is there any further debate? No, in which case then can I ask Councillor Beasley, did you wish to sum up at all?
No, I don't think that's necessary, Chairman. It's set out on the agenda very clearly.
Thank you, Councillor Beasley. I will now move to the vote as there's no indication in the sidebar. Any dissension, can you please show? 2 abstentions. 3. Okay, members, there are a number of members abstaining, and I've been advised that officers will make note of all of those abstentions in the sidebar, and the item 7B will move forward as being approved. Thank you, members. Please, you have a point of order. Can you advise what part of the Constitution your point of order relates to, please?
It refers to the fact that under my rights as a councillor to have my vote recorded as an individual, because the voting system is not working currently, or is not essentially not everybody knows how to work it, then I'd like my vote recorded, if you please, Chair.
Yes, that's been noted, and your vote will be recorded, Councillor Farquhar. Thank you.
Chair.
Thank you very much. Now we'll move on to item 7C, Audit and Governance Committee, 11th of March 2021, minute number 72, financial regulations, the annual evolution of the financial year. Councillor Beasley, please.
Thank you, Chairman. Again, at its meeting on the 11th of March 2021, the Audit and Governance Committee considered the financial regulations and the annual evolution for the year 21-22. These are set out in the agenda at 57 to 124. They are obviously quite lengthy and quite involved, but I therefore present that recommendation and ask that it be received and adopted. And again, Vice Chairman Councillor Lawrence Williams will be happy to second.
Thank you, Councillor Beasley. Councillor Lawrence Williams.
Very happy to second, Chairman.
Thank you, Councillor Williams. Is there any members wishing to speak on this item, please? No, in which case then I will move to the vote. If there is any dissension, can you please show in the conversation bar? Thank you, members, in which case that's carried. Moving on then to item 7D. Cabinet, 10th of March 2021, minute number 312, the LTP Capital Programme for 2021-22. Councillor Mike Green, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This is the annual update of the local transport plan, and it provides the broad details of how we're going to be spending capital funds, particularly in pursuit of the objectives of the LTP. Which are to reduce the need to travel, to maintain and manage the existing network more efficiently, towards active travel and greener travel choices, public transport alternatives to the car parking measures, travel safety measures, and strategic infrastructure improvements. The funding comes from 3 different places. The first is government grants from the Department for Transport. The second is our own local contributions as a local authority, and the third is from external sources, particularly the Dorset Local Enterprise Partnership. You will actually see that there's an addendum, and that shows some different figures from the original paper that was published for Cabinet. And the reason was for that was between the papers being published and the actual Cabinet meeting, we got the actual numbers that would be coming from government. Prior to that, the original paper had assumed that the numbers would have been the same as for the previous year. And in a recognition of how the government believes that BCP is currently approaching transport in the best way, we did receive additional funding of approximately £1 million. The second part of the paper you'll be able to see in the addendum is that the funding is split into two different sections, as is the government grant that comes through. There's the integrated transport block and there's the highways maintenance block, and we have an all-member seminar on highways maintenance tomorrow, which will give some more details. Within each of those, that is then subdivided into a number of categories. Mr. Chairman, this was debated at Cabinet, including non-Cabinet members who spoke on this. I think probably given the opportunity to go through other business this evening, I'm prepared to leave it at that, although if there are any questions, obviously I'd be happy to take them. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Councillor Green. Councillor Mark Anderson, I understand you wish to second.
I do, Chairman, and I would also like to reiterate Councillor Green's comments about our meeting tomorrow, where I would recommend that all councillors attend it and should learn an awful lot more about how we spend the money and the reasons why we spend the money on the various roads. So can I please encourage everyone to come along to our seminar tomorrow?
Thank you, Councillor Anderson. Is there any debate, members? Councillor Hadley, please.
Thank you, Chair. Yes, obviously the capital funds coming down from government, and sometimes we get very little notice of it. Just a concern really that we've got no provision for potholes in our plans, because we're hopeful that the government funding for that will continue. And I guess that's a risk that the administration have taken within that. But it's something that we just need to be aware of for the future. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Hadley. Councillor Diana Butler, please.
Thank you. Just to check with Councillor Green, the Appendix A, you said there are different versions. It was very confusing. Is it page 133 or 149? Is it the second one that came out? Because they do vary quite a bit in amount of money.
Councillor,
thank you, Chairman. Would you like me to take them together, or?
We'll listen to what other members have to say, and perhaps you can sum up and provide those answers at the end. Thank you.
Certainly.
Councillor Tony Trent.
Yeah. Oh, that's not coming on. Can I just say that the appendix and the information does not appear to be attached to the model, so I haven't been able to access it via the app that I thought we were actually running meetings on. Just to make that point out, so I shall have difficulty in commenting on it because the information isn't there in front of me.
Thank you, Councillor Trent. Councillor Felicity Rice, please. Councillor Rice.
Hi, yeah. I just wanted to get reassurance really that the spending, what measures we take to improve child safety and disabled users for access to walking and cycling facilities and their safety on our roads is consistent, I suppose. My concern is with the demonstration of actions by Councillor Mike Green with the Keyhole Bridge, which was completely inconsistent with any policies. I'd just like reassurance that we will be consistent with child safety going forwards. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Rice. Are there any further speakers, please? In which case then, can I ask ask you to sum up, please, Councillor Green.
Thank you very much, Chairman. I'll just do so by answering the points that have come up, if that's okay.
Thank you.
Councillor Hadley, indeed, there is always the danger that government will withdraw pothole and challenge fund contributions. However, we have, although they are only absolutely allocating for a year, we do have full confidence that we will be looking at repeat funding in the future, as indeed was the case in the previous budget. For Councillor Trent, I would ask the Democratic Services to look at Modern Gov to see if that is the case. I haven't checked up on that. I received my copy of the agenda on both the intranet and the public website, and that does have the appendices in. I agree with Councillor Butler about that it isn't quite transparent to be able to see immediately which of the appendices we're referring to, and that comes down to the situation that I mentioned earlier, that when the original paper was written to Cabinet, which is what we have to look at as far as the minutes are concerned, we did not at that stage have the information from the government as to exactly what the funding would be, and so the working assumption was that it would be the same as the previous year. The correct numbers that we should be looking at are on the pages 147 through to 149. That is the revised appendix. As far as Councillor Rice is concerned, I had hoped that we'd get through at least one meeting without having to talk about Keyhole Bridge, which was, I believe, entirely in line with policy, as has been discussed, and has been resolved a number of times. As far as the real question about the travel safety measures, I would again point to that appendix and how very pleased I am that under this administration and this budget, the funding for that is 50% higher than the travel safety measures allocation was under the administration in which she served. So thank you very much, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Councillor Green. If there are no further speakers, I will move to the vote. Can members please show if there is any dissension in the conversation bar, please? Thank you, members. That will be recorded. That will be recorded as carried. We do apologise, members. We have a delay on the line, so we have one vote against, which clearly will be recorded. However, clearly does not affect the outcome. Right, moving on then to 7E, Cabinet from 10th of March 2021, the minute number 313, Children and Young People's Partnership Plan 2021 to 2024. Can I please call upon Councillor Mike White to introduce the item, please? Councillor White.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm very pleased to introduce this item. This plan's been produced by the Children's Services Partnership Board, which is chaired by Anthony Douglas, who is our independent DFE advisor. This board's actually a successor to the previous Learning Partnership Board, the difference being that its remit is to focus on all issues for children, not just education. The board includes partners from various agencies, including education, schools and health, and of course ourselves. And the reason we're considering this today is that having a plan in place is a requirement placed on BCP by the LGR process. Those of you who've had the plan, and I commend it to you, it's a very readable plan. It's very ambitious. It includes support for a range of priorities, including schools, mental health, apprenticeships, and support for families. It's been thoroughly scrutinised through ONS and then on to Cabinet, and I'm very happy to recommend that Council fully support this plan. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor White. I understand you have a seconder in Councillor Nicola Green. Councillor Green.
Thank you, Chairman, and good evening, members. I am indeed very happy to second this plan. I'm particularly pleased that it's coming before full council tonight and getting the transparency and the visibility that it deserves. Those of us who are passionately interested in children's services, including all overview and scrutiny members, have spent a lot of time on this, but it's very nice that all members of the council get to see it. It speaks to what is happening to our children and young people at the moment, and it tells you quite a lot about the way they're feeling. It also very crucially speaks to those crucial links with schools, who are of course the universal provision where almost all of our children and young people are seen most of the time. And I would, Chairman, if I may, just like to pay tribute to all those in schools who have, of course, our schools have stayed open throughout the successive lockdowns for the children of those of us who needed to go to work to keep us safe. And also for vulnerable children. And I think we owe a huge debt of gratitude to all who've made that continue throughout this period. But also, if I may, because this is far more crucial in the background for our children, pay tribute to the parents who have very successfully, or perhaps less successfully, thrown themselves into homeschooling. For goodness, we've all had to learn a great deal over the past few months, and parents really have done a magnificent job in supporting our children throughout the time of lockdowns. And I'm delighted, as I'm sure many parents will be, that the children are back in school and getting the support that they need as we move forward. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you, Councillor Green. I have one councillor wishing to speak at the moment. Councillor Richard Burton, please. Councillor Burton.
Thank you very much, Chair. I'd just like to say councillors are probably aware this came through Children's Overview and Scrutiny, and we found it, I would agree, an engaging plan. We were very much impressed with the multi-agency work that was going on with this, and I'm talking about not just councillors, the co-operative members and members of the Youth Parliament. In fact, we had a long debate about it and made some suggestions, and it's great to see that some suggestions actually made it to actually come into fruition before they even got on to our action plan, which I'm also very grateful for. So I'd like to say that I'm very much in favour of the council supporting this plan.
Thank you, Sandra Moore, please. Councillor Moore.
Yes, thank you, Chair. Well, I also want to support this plan. I think it contains some excellent data, and it's written in a way that's interesting, informative, and includes the views of children and young people. A gap in provision for our young people in their teens, the adolescent years, was recognised early on when BCP was itself still in its infancy, and new targeted services were introduced as a result. The redesigned early help offer, the new complex safeguarding team, and the team around the school were born. And I know they are now proving their worth, and I'm delighted. I don't want to see young people excluded from school or criminalised. So I'm glad that because this is a partnership plan, other agencies, including the police, are on board with this work. I think society seems to be quite good at responding to physical special needs, but often not so good when those special needs are hidden or not so easily visible. And some of our young people are extremely vulnerable and can so easily be targeted by criminal gangs and end up unwittingly involved in serious crime, which is such a waste of young people's lives. And prevention and partnership working is clearly the way forward. So I welcome this plan and I'm very pleased to support it. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Moore. I don't appear to have any further speakers. Just give it a couple of seconds just to... No, in which case then I will move to the vote. So if there is any dissension, would members please show in the conversation bar? Thank you, members. That's recorded as accepted. We now move on to item 7F. Cabinet 10th of March, minute number 315, the sale of Christchurch Bypass car park. Councillor Drew Mellor, please. Councillor Mellor.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, thank you, Chair. Can I also thank both of the ward councillors for their input in the negotiations on this matter, and also the Chair of Overview and Scrutiny for enabling a special meeting yesterday, which allowed this matter to reach Council for decision today, and in doing so have the benefit of wider member engagement. The potential disposal of this car park is a matter that we inherited from a Unity Alliance, and when we did, my instructions were that we would need a very special reason to sell a town centre asset, and if we did choose that course of action, we would need permanent control of its use. I'm pleased to say that we have now achieved that successful negotiation, as a clause in this proposed contract now has permanency of protection of use that usurps the original covenant proposed. This is a good outcome, and one which I credit our diligent officers led by Sam Munnings and the ward councillors whose input assisted in our negotiations. The exceptional circumstances that prompt this to be brought forward for decision are that the information supplied to us indicates that there's a very real risk to Christchurch that it could lose Waitrose from the town. That would be absolutely suboptimum, as would, in my opinion, the disposal of a town centre asset. This is a judgment call, Chair, and one that I believe should rightly be decided upon by the Christchurch councillors who are closest to it, and that is why I'm very happy to announce that the Conservative group will respect the determination of our Christchurch councillors by ourselves abstaining from this vote, other than our Christchurch representative. Chair, I very much look forward to the debate on this matter. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Mellor. Do you have a seconder for your proposal?
I believe Councillor Broadhead is seconded.
Thank you very much. Councillor Broadhead, please.
Yes, thank you very much, Chair. As the leader pointed out, I'm really pleased to be bringing forward this decision for Council to make today, and it is a very finely balanced decision to be made. And as the leader pointed out, it really is a judgment call. I'll just give a little bit more background than Councillor Mellor has given, just for the benefit of all of the people watching tonight. As Councillor Mellor pointed out, when we first came into administration in October last year, we inherited the foundations of a decision to sell the car park at Waitrose. It was very early stages, didn't have any terms to attach to it. It was just a straightforward sale. Now, my first thought, like anybody, is why on earth would we even consider that? Well, the answer that came back from Waitrose and the owners was that without the ability to have that car park, and therefore have the flexibility over things like their refund mechanism, that looking across their national portfolio and with competition nearby, such as Marks and Spencer's Simply Food, that they would be unlikely to re-sign their current lease and continue in the future. That's their pitch, so that's very much coming from them. So the natural question that, of course, would come up is, well, if the problem is control over the car park, wouldn't it just be beneficial for them to lease it instead? That just seems a sensible option rather than selling the asset. We pushed that, but the answer that came back, we're told very firmly that wouldn't make a difference. They would only re-sign their lease if they actually bought the car park. So what do we do in those circumstances? What is the best thing to do? Well, as Councillor Mellor pointed out, we did what any good administration would do. We've negotiated the best terms possible, that if we were to sell the car park, and work that up to the decision we've got today, so that then we could contrast that with the opposing view of not selling it, and therefore there's a very, very clear decision to make. And that's the decision that we've got before us today. And that decision is so finely balanced that I agree with Councillor Mellor, it should be for the elected members of Christchurch to make that decision. So on the one hand, there's now a negotiated deal ready to sign that, whilst selling the car park, would guarantee the permanence of the car park in the future, and if that changes, give the authority the ability to reacquire it. At the same time as that sale would take place, Waitrose would sign a new lease and their future would be secured. But frankly, they could be bluffing. As Councillor Cox said in Overview and Scrutiny last night, he said that there's not a cat in hell's chance that they will leave, and he may be right. It could very well be that if we refuse to sell the car park, despite the guarantees we've negotiated, they could still stay. And that's clearly a risk, but it's also clearly a judgment call. And I think it's a risk and a judgment call that the elected members of Christchurch should make themselves. We've done our bit. We've negotiated an option, including the lease extension with Waitrose, that's clearly there. And now it's decision time. Call their bluff, keep the car park fully and take the risk, or proceed with the deal, still protect the car park and secure Waitrose. It's clearly a Christchurch decision, and that's why I'm delighted that we're enabling this to be a Christchurch choice. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Councillor Broadhead. I have a number of speakers. The first one being Councillor Mike Cox. Councillor Mike Cox, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Comment on the previous two speakers' historical fantasy as to how this decision came about, but I will start from when I first found about it. It was about the Cabinet. It was clearly rushed through the Cabinet without any consultation, despite what was said, because I had received an apology later on to say that because I hadn't had a consultation. When it all started to fall apart, we were then consulted, and to the credit of the leader, Councillor Drew Mellor, myself and the other ward councillor Peter Hall were brought to one side to find out what our feelings were. And we both gave our feelings at the time, but it was quite clear at that meeting that negotiations were still going on. So why on earth was there was a decision at Cabinet first if negotiations were still carrying on? And then it went to the overview and scrutiny, and again the negotiations changed again. It was still going on. We got another option when we got to the overview and scrutiny committee. I'm sorry, but I find the failure of the Cabinet to make any decision on this matter to be an absolute complete abdication of their responsibility and an abject failure of leadership. Now, I'm sure the Conservative Cabinet always had a problem with the leadership of Councillor Vicky Slade, but she always had the guts to stand by what she said and what she did, and she would have never have abdicated her responsibilities in this way. So I just do not understand why we've come to this point. The Cabinet should either withdraw this decision, or they should have amended the motion to reflect what the Overview and Scrutiny Committee had says. The new policy, of course, which they seem to be setting, which is to let local councillors decide, is a laudable attempt to a laudable effort to devaluation, and I look forward to that being made in other respects in other areas. I'm sure the Christchurch Independents will be absolutely delighted that future decisions to do with Christchurch will be all theirs, and I'm sure the Poole Liberal Democrats will be absolutely delighted that any decisions in Pools will be theirs as well. However, I predict that this particular decision will be a one-off. I think it's an appalling, as I said before, it's an appalling abdication of responsibility and leadership, and therefore I will be voting against this motion, not least because it would be against any sale would be against the interests of Christchurch. We should have had a motion put forward as an alternative, but that's not the case. So thank you very much for listening, and my time is still within time. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Cox. Councillor Leslie Dedman, please. Councillor Dedman.
Yes, thank you, Chairman. Well, I can't support the Cabinet recommendation to dispose of the Christchurch bypass car park. I hear what the leader says, but there is indeed concern not just for this site alone, but more generally about the attitude of the Conservative administration towards the borough, because some people might still feel that at the first opportunity, this administration is selling off the family silver. And I know that many residents do take this view. On the actual proposal, I've got concerns about the lack of openness and transparency. Councillors were left unaware of the position. The case was never made and the facts were never given and the reasons were never spelt out in any detail. There were no options. And in fact, had we not got this proposal to Scrutiny Board, none of the new facts would have been known at all. It seems that it's left to councillors to perform due diligence. For example, councillors finding the memo from Waitrose managers to staff assuring them that the threat of moving out is just a bargaining ploy, their jobs are safe. So to conclude, Christchurch does need to preserve all our assets. I too am surprised at the abdication of the leader from the position of taking the vote on this, but I'm happy to say that I can't support this recommendation. I shall very much be voting against. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you, Councillor Dedman. Councillor Margaret Phipps, please. Councillor Phipps.
Yes, thank you, Chairman. Well, I'm pleased that Christchurch Independents and other opposition councillors did proper research and due diligence, showing up how selling this car park is not a good deal and not right for Christchurch. And thank you to all of them that took the trouble to do that. The report put forward by the leader recommending the sale was totally lacking in detail and gave only one option: to sell. It's been said that Waitrose might leave if they don't get the car park, but there's no evidence of that whatsoever. It's one of their most successful stores. It's just scaremongering being peddled around by Conservatives to get themselves out of the mistake that they've made on this one and trying to sell off a very valuable Christchurch asset. In fact, Waitrose have said they might be putting more investment into Christchurch, so why would they be leaving? I do have to question the motives of this administration, who tried to push through this sale without scrutiny. Fortunately, Councillor Dedman did manage to get it to an emergency meeting of scrutiny, and they unanimously agreed to recommend not to sell the car park. And thank you to those members, including Conservatives, who made that sensible decision. This appears to be an attempt by this administration of asset stripping in Christchurch, which actually comes as no surprise. And this is exactly the sort of thing that Christchurch Independents warned about when this BCP merger took place, that Christchurch was in fact sold out by Conservatives against the will of its residents. It seems our assets are not safe, and I do hope that this is not a trend that is going to continue. However, one thing I'm very pleased to see is that on social media, Councillor Mellor has put out a message from the Conservatives to say that although they had negotiated the car park sale deal, I quote, "We are leaving the final choice to Christchurch councillors," and he has confirmed that this evening. I'm very, very pleased to hear that. Thank you. And I'm absolutely delighted that he set this precedent. You will know that I put forward an amendment to recommendation at this full council recently, asking for 3 individual area planning committees, one for each town. It was voted down by the Conservatives. Well, how ironic that here we are with the Conservatives saying we should make our own decisions in Christchurch. And I completely agree. We in Christchurch will be making the case for our own planning committee again as well, which, based on the statement made by the leader of leaving final choices about Christchurch to Christchurch councillors, I'm sure he'll support that. Anyway, I'm sure there's no doubt you will know that I am very opposed to selling this car park. I think it would be extremely bad for the town, a very bad move for Christchurch, and I won't be supporting the leader's recommendation. Thank you. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you, Councillor Phipps. Councillor Marcus Andrews, please. Councillor Andrews.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Of course, we should all remember that in the public report to the Cabinet, we were all told that Waitrose's current lease doesn't run out till 2027. That's 6 years in the future. So they're not going soon, if ever. Obviously, if we cast our minds back 12 months, who would have known what would have been here that's just gone? So 6 years is way in the future. I'm against the sale. We shouldn't be scared by negotiating tactics. I won't be voting for the sale. I certainly won't be abstaining and sitting on the fence. I used to live in Christchurch. As Councillor Peter Hall will recall, I used to be a Christchurch Borough Councillor and worked with him extensively. Indeed, I used to live in Bournemouth. I now live in Poole. I represent the whole BCP area, and you know, we are a collective council. That's the whole point. We work together. But can I ask Councillor Mellor, and perhaps he could make some responses in his summing up, that if GM Pension Fund and or Waitrose approach the council as regards possibly a leasehold disposal of the car park to them, then this won't be dismissed by our officers, but will be given due consideration in a report to the Cabinet for a final decision. Also, if needed, can extra resources be made available to ensure that this council has, as soon as possible, a written down policy, as most councils do? And don't forget, we are the 12th largest authority and we don't have a written asset purchases and disposal policy, and this needs addressing as soon as possible. And I think the final point is that this possible disposal was very, very late in the previous administration's tenure of office. It didn't get onto the forward plan. It was announced, I think, within the last couple of weeks of the previous administration. And I think the other point to make is Councillor Broadhead mentioned that the deal, the price, and we can't discuss the price, was a very good price. Well, it wasn't. It was discussed below the line yesterday, and hence the unanimous decision was not to sell. And obviously, Councillor Stephen Bartlett, who perhaps may be speaking next, can make some further observations about the price. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Andrews. Councillor Stephen Bartlett, please. Councillor Bartlett.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm just wondering if I should wait till all the other speakers are finished, because I do have a recommendation to make on behalf of the Overview and Scrutiny Board, but I don't wish to pass any personal comments at this point.
Thank you for that, Councillor Bartlett. I'll move on. At the moment, the last speaker I have is Councillor Diana Butler. So, Councillor Chris Rigby, please. Councillor Rigby.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. Just a quick one, really. I'm a little bit, well, no, I'm more than a little bit annoyed about this Conservative group abstention on this, saying that it's a Christchurch issue to deal with, because it's not. We're BCP. We are all, you know, Christchurch councillors in effect, the same as we're all Bournemouth or Poole councillors. We all represent our conurbation. If this threat of Waitrose leaving, for example, does go through, then my ward of Winton East has the next closest Waitrose to Christchurch. And does that mean that the people who are going to want to shop in a Waitrose are now going to start driving across the borough to come to Winton? It's going to affect on the local ward here. It's going to affect the wards in between, you know, cars coming through, more traffic, more pollution across the entire conurbation. It's these decisions that we make, they're not all just on the local area. If they were, this merger would have been a complete waste of time if all we're going to do is farm out decisions to the local area where they happen. So to just say it's only going to affect Christchurch, so Christchurch councillors should have the say on this, isn't really on, where it's going to affect a much wider area as well. I mean, if people aren't going to travel to Winton, they can potentially go to a Waitrose up in Ringwood. And then if they're going to spend money in other local shops, are they going to spend it up there rather than in Christchurch or in BCP? So the knock-on effect is much larger than just these smaller decisions. I mean, I support that we should listen to all the Christchurch councillors and be led by them, the same as we should by any local councillor. But as realistically, we need to take decisions as a group, as BCP, because that's what we're here for. That's what we're elected to do. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Rigby. Councillor Farquhar. Councillor George Farquhar.
Thank you, Chair. I've got two questions, and hopefully somebody could answer them. My first one was triggered by the deputy leader, who used the phrase, "We done our bit." Previous speakers have spoken as regards their views on that. My view on it is that it's somewhat rich coming from the leadership, and particularly the leader who's proposed this particular motion and this sale, is that it's the same leader currently that when in opposition repeatedly at overview and scrutiny challenged the leadership of the UA at that time to show some leadership. I would ask him perhaps to reflect on the phrase "we done our bit" in this particular case. But my question, and perhaps it's one for the monitoring officer, is one on procedure. Because this came late and we had to convene a special ONS meeting to look at this, because it wasn't put on the forward plan to be considered, is that my understanding and limited understanding of how the process works is that a recommendation from the ONS has to be considered by Cabinet and voted on by Cabinet to whether or not to accept or to refuse or to not accept that recommendation. I don't understand in the process of a full council why that's not been done, or is that actually being done as we speak in full council? Because I don't think it's within the constitution for policy and process for how decisions are actually made. relating to a recommendation from ONS, which was voted on unanimously not to sale. So I'd appreciate some guidance either from yourself, Chair, or from the monitoring officer as regards this new to me process.
Understood, Councillor Farquhar. Ms. Zeiss, are you able to advise the question that Councillor Farquhar has just asked? Thank you.
Yes, thank you very much, Chairman. Okay, councillors, so scrutiny is there to scrutinise the decisions of the Cabinet, and they can refer back to the Cabinet recommendations about reconsidering the decisions that they have taken. But in this instance, the decision falls to full council to be taken. So while Cabinet might have recommended that the decision be taken in full council, Cabinet wasn't able on its own to take this decision because of the value of the site exceeded the amount of £1 million, which requires it to come to full council. So I think it's quite proper in these circumstances for full council to both consider the recommendations of overview and scrutiny and take the final decision. What I would say, though, is that we did need to follow procedures in the Constitution when we were wanting to bring a late item. So we required the consent of the chair and various other consultations before we could bring this item to council at short notice without it being on the forward plan. So I hope that that answers the question, but I'd be happy to take it offline, Councillor Farquhar, if you'd like to discuss. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Zeiss. Can I call on Councillor Nigel Brooks, please? Councillor Brooks.
Yes, thank you, Chairman. There are occasions where active asset management are absolutely essential, and it makes it clear in the executive summary that this is in order to secure the continued occupation of this Waitrose unit. As we know, Dame Sharon White, chair of John Lewis Partnership, has inherited a very difficult situation across the portfolio of Waitrose. Across the UK, there are 332 Waitrose units. They have 5.1% share of the market. Everything is under review following a £517 million loss in the year to January. They're looking for savings of 300 million in the year to 2022. They are in fact closing Waitrose stores. They have closed 4 in the last few months, in Caldicot, in Monmouthshire, in Ipswich, in Shrewsbury, and in Wolverhampton. The comment was from their directors or their partners, sadly not able to find a way to make these shops profitable. The other thing to consider is the way that shopping has changed dramatically from in-store to online. And they have said they have seen sales go from 60,000 online to 1 million and very shortly to 1.2 million. The whole dynamics of the supermarket business is dramatically changing. The question therefore for members is, to what extent is this risk going to be fulfilled? Clearly, Waitrose are looking ahead to secure their future, and that's why they want to bring forward the lease renewal from 2027, in fact, to probably in the next couple of years. The realism is in the facts and the figures given by the John Lewis Partnership. I would ask members to carefully consider these points when they come to a decision. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you, Councillor Brooks. Councillor Tony Trent, please. Councillor Trent.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, I don't claim a deep understanding on the matter in hand. I'm certainly no money expert, and I don't pretend to be. But the one thing which I'm convinced of is that in one aspect, the current administration is very skilled. It's the art of spin and twisting facts. But when it comes to competence in decision making and transparency, that's seriously lacking. On the point made by the last speaker, the one difference between the Waitrose store, as in Christchurch, and the Waitrose group as a whole, is that the Waitrose store is a food retailer, and food rate retailing certainly isn't something which is transferred massively online. So I don't feel that that is a factor in this. I think there are proposals and ideas to deal with the this particular situation better. But the question I want to ask in this is, will the administration be reviewing the guidelines for dealing with assets to avoid such debacles as this in future? You know, will they be looking at it?
Thank you, Councillor Trent. Councillor Andy Hadley, please. Councillor Hadley.
Thank you, Chair. Yes, I'm actually getting increasingly concerned and upset by the way in which the current administration, senior leadership of the current administration in particular, are sycophantic in the way in which they seem to twist the facts after the event on a whole range of issues, including earlier we heard about the active travel, where I was accepting officers' recommendations and it's seen as political. It's one of the reasons I didn't join a major political party. Cabinet approved sale with a 10-year buyback, and it was only because of questions that I and other members of the opposition raised about extending that and looking for a perpetual right that it actually was reviewed. And where Councillor Clark said the negotiations seemed to continue, it seemed more that the negotiations stopped and started and they went back. They've blamed us for having fire sales previously. We didn't. This seemed to be a fire sale, and it shouldn't be, and it isn't. And I think it's a derogation of duty to claim to abstain from the process because it's a Christchurch issue. It was the Conservatives that linked the three boroughs together. We know that Christchurch residents voted hugely against it. We know that Poole residents were against it. That's one of the reasons why the Conservatives didn't do well outside Bournemouth. And yet, you know, if it's convenient to them, they don't want to take responsibility for this. As when the UA put a budget through, they abstained or didn't vote on that. And that's a sign of huge weakness, this, in solidarity with the members of Christchurch, and because we are now one BCP Council and our budget affects us all. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Hadley. Councillor Diana Butler, please. Councillor Butler.
Thank you, Chairman. I wanted to highlight the fact that this is a big issue and it should be voted on by full council, as our monitoring officer has said. The other thing is that the people of Christchurch are important for their views. Were they asked as shoppers in Christchurch? Also, people who might shop in that area don't necessarily come from Christchurch. They might come from either side. They might come from Hampshire or other parts of Dorset and stop in Christchurch. You've also got to facilitate stopping places for workers and other businesses. The other thing is that if BCP keep retention of the ownership of the car park, they could look at other uses for it, possibly in the future, or making it slightly smaller, making it greener maybe. And also, we shouldn't just depend on Waitrose as one business, as we've seen lots of big businesses have crashed in the last year. Lots of other businesses might be able to take on a lease. So we shouldn't really put all our eggs in one basket for that. So I just wanted those points to be put forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Butler. Councillor Peter Hall, please. Councillor Hall.
Thank you very much, Chairman. I am very much against this pro-sale of this site because it is selling an asset which generates a considerable revenue year upon year. It's excellent news for Christchurch residents and Christchurch Council taxpayers. We're going to lose over 200 town centre car parking spaces through recent planning decisions. This large 202 space car park is providing short-term and long-term parking, which will increase in uses in the near future. It will hopefully help our tourist trade and help re-establish the thriving town centre. I am sure that Waitrose are committed to staying in Christchurch. Also, Chairman, I have a very great concern that thanks to the Overview and Scrutiny Committee, it came out that the cost of collecting the rent was up to a very high cost, probably up to 100% or even 33 and or 50% or 33 and a third percent. Could that be investigated? Because I think it's really important that we do get the maximum amount of money from the car park without huge sums being taken off for the collection. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you, Councillor Hall. Councillor Simon McCormack. Councillor McCormack.
Thank you, Chair. I don't want to repeat what any of my Christchurch Independent colleagues have said, so I'll keep this very short. I just wanted to say that I was against the sale of this car park, mainly for two reasons. We've already lost both private and council car parks in Christchurch, and I don't think losing another one, even though they say it will remain as a car park, for us that work in property always know that sometimes one thing is said and that's not always the thing that's actually carried out. So I wouldn't be supporting it for that. And as for Waitrose actually leaving Christchurch, I mean, this Waitrose is one of their best performing stores. And if I was running Waitrose, I wouldn't be closing one of their best performing stores. So to sum up, yeah, I'll be against the sale of this car park.
Thank you, Councillor McCormack. Councillor David Brown, please.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, just a brief point. I'm against this proposal, so I'll be voting against it. But I'm just intrigued by the decision-making process that Cabinet unanimously agreed to recommend this to full council here, but they're now dithering and backtracking and not sure what they want to do, and decided they're not going to do anything and they're going to leave it to the local Christchurch. I welcome the leader's newfound support for devolved decision making of Christchurch decisions by Christchurch councillors, and look forward to that for all councillors and Bournemouth councillors, although I'm a bit confused what happens in my ward where we cross the boundary and we're both Bournemouth and Poole, so we'll get to vote on lots more. Maybe we should go the whole hog with devolved decision making and form a new Christchurch Borough Council, Poole Borough Council and Bournemouth Borough Council. That sounds a good idea to me.
Thank you, Councillor Brown. I have no further speakers other than Councillor Bartlett. So what I would intend to do is we'll hear from Councillor Bartlett and then I'll suspend the meeting as we're coming up towards 8 o'clock. Councillor Bartlett, please.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. As we've already heard, at our overview and scrutiny board yesterday, we reviewed the recommendation made by Cabinet to purchase to sell the car park, and the board unanimously agreed to make the following recommendation to full council. The overview and scrutiny board recommend to council that the council does not sell the Christchurch bypass car park, but keeps the operation and ownership of it within BCP Council. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Councillor Bartlett. Members, at this point, I will suspend the meeting because of the Beacon, the Light of Beacon tribute this evening, and we will reconvene at 20:05. Thank you, members. Welcome back, members. Members will recall that we were debating agenda item 7F, the sale of the Christchurch bypass car park, and I'd like to call on Councillor Mellor to sum up, please. Councillor Mellor.
Chair, thank you. I am, and this administration is, committed to investing in our towns, not selling them off. And I've spoken many times on record to condemn the previous Unity Alliance fire sale of this council's assets. As the leader of this council, alongside being a Christchurch businessman, I'm also committed to the people of Christchurch. We have brought forward £50 million of infrastructure investment, buying family silver for generations to come and not selling it off. And while I am a leader of BCP Council, the people of Christchurch will have someone they can trust. We believe it is the right thing for the councillors of Christchurch to decide on this judgment call, and I commend them to do so in the best interest of Christchurch. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Councillor Mellor. I will now move to the vote and hand over to the Chief Executive to conduct the vote. Chief Executive, please.
Thank you, Chairman. So we're voting on the motion as put. If you're in favour, please vote for. If you're against, please say against. And the alternative is to abstain. I'll read the councillors' names in alphabetical order as per normal practice. Councillor Hazel Allen.
Abstain.
Councillor Lewis Allison.
Against.
Councillor Mark Anderson.
Not voting. That's just to be clear that he's already.
Sorry, I do apologise. I should have noted that in the note. So Councillor Sarah Anderson taking the same approach as well. Councillor Marcus Andrews.
Against the sale.
Councillor Julie Bagwell. Is Councillor Julie Bagwell on?
Abstain.
Thank you. Councillor Steve Barron.
Against.
Councillor Stephen Bartlett.
Against.
Councillor John Beasley.
Abstain.
Councillor Derek Borthwick.
Abstain.
Thank you. Councillor Philip Broadhead.
Abstain.
Councillor Mike Brooke.
Against.
Councillor Nigel Brooks.
Abstain.
Councillor David Brown.
Against.
Councillor Simon Bull.
Against.
Councillor Richard Burton.
Against.
Councillor Diana Butler.
Against.
Councillor Daniel Butt.
Abstain.
Councillor Judy Butt. Thank you. Councillor Eddie Coop.
Abstain.
Councillor Mike Cox.
Against.
Councillor Malcolm Davies.
Abstain.
Councillor Norman Decent.
Abstain.
Councillor Leslie Dedman.
Against.
Councillor Brian Dion.
Abstain.
Councillor Bobby Dove.
Abstain.
Councillor Beverly Dunlop.
Abstain.
Councillor Millie Earle.
Against.
Councillor Jackie Edwards.
Abstain.
Councillor LJ Evans.
Against.
Councillor George Farquhar.
Against, and I'd like my vote recorded for the minutes, please.
Okay. Councillor Dwayne Farr.
Abstain, please.
Councillor Lawrence Fear.
Abstain.
Councillor Anne Filer.
Abstain.
Councillor David Flagg.
Against.
Councillor Nick Geary.
Against.
Councillor Mike Green.
Abstain.
Councillor Nicola Green.
Abstain.
Thank you. Councillor Andy Hadley.
Against.
Councillor May Haynes.
Abstain.
Councillor Peter Hall.
Against.
Councillor Nigel Hedges.
Abstain.
Councillor Paul Hilliard.
Against.
Councillor Mark Howell.
Against.
Councillor Mohan Iyengar.
Abstain.
Councillor Cheryl Johnson.
Abstain.
Councillor Toby Johnson.
Against.
Councillor Andy Jones.
Abstain.
Councillor Jane Kelly.
Abstain.
Councillor David Kelsey.
Abstain.
Councillor Bob Lawton.
Abstain.
Councillor Marion Le Pedvin.
Against.
Thank you. Councillor Lisa Lewis.
Against.
Councillor Rachel Maidment.
Against.
Councillor Chris Matthews.
Against.
Councillor Simon McCormack.
Against.
Councillor Drew Mellor.
Abstain.
Councillor Pete Miles.
Against.
Councillor Sandra Moore.
Against.
Councillor Lisa Northover.
Against.
Councillor Tony O'Neill.
Abstain.
Councillor Susan Phillips.
Abstain.
Thank you. Councillor Margaret Phipps.
Against.
Councillor Karen Rampton.
Abstain.
Councillor Felicity Rice.
Against.
Councillor Chris Rigby.
Against.
Councillor Mark Robson.
Against.
Councillor Roberto Rocca.
Abstain.
Thank you. Councillor Vicky Slade.
Against.
Councillor Anne Stribley.
Abstain.
Councillor Tony Trent.
Against.
Councillor Mike White.
Abstain.
Councillor Lawrence Williams.
Abstain.
And Councillor Kieran Wilson.
Against.
Thank you, councillors. We'll pass the result of that vote to the chairman.
Members, the result of the vote is as follows. There are 36 abstentions and 36 votes against. So the recommendation falls. Thank you, members. Now move on to item 8, the date of additional council meeting. Members, I would be grateful if we can agree an additional meeting of the council, and I would like to propose from the chair that this the date for the additional meeting will be the 2nd of June at 6 p.m. and I seek a seconder for that proposal.
I'll second it.
Thank you, Councillor Geary. Is there any debate, please? Councillor Andy Hadley.
Thank you, Chair. I'm concerned about 6 o'clock starts for these meetings. It is slightly easier when people don't have to travel, but those with working responsibilities, family responsibilities, it does make it. The plea, I think, was because the budget meeting went on quite so long, but 7 o'clock is the normal start time for council meetings, and I'd much rather it was that. Thank you.
So are you proposing that 7 o'clock, Councillor Hadley?
I'd be very happy to, yes.
Thank you.
I'm happy to second that.
Okay. Right, members. So what I will do then is my proposal is the 2nd of June with a start time of 7 p.m. So we have a number of people in the sidebar wishing to speak, but perhaps now that we've changed that time to 7, do members wish to speak? Councillor Anne Stribley. Councillor Stribley, please.
Thank you, Chairman. Could I just ask why you're moving it to Wednesday instead of the usual Tuesday?
I think you'll find, Councillor Stribley, it was a case of trying to squeeze in an additional meeting, but giving members adequate time to put the meeting in their diaries. This is the 2nd of June.
Yes, and it's
probably
agree, Chairman. That's a Wednesday. I wondered why the first Tuesday, the 1st, isn't a better date. We usually meet on a Tuesday.
Yeah, Councillor Stribley, I understand that it clashes with other meetings. If you just bear with me, I'll just get confirmation from the officers.
That's
Marion Lepoidovin, please. Councillor Lepoidovin.
I just wanted to ask the particular reason. Is it just to give an extra meeting so that we can have shorter agendas, or is it that there was a particular issue that needs to be discussed at that point?
My understanding, Councillor Poidevin, is that there would be too much of a time lapse between the normal business of the council because we have elections this year, and obviously the PERDA period comes into play with our meeting dates. I would just like to say that the annual council meeting remains the same on the 11th of May. But my understanding is that if we don't have this meeting, then it won't be in order for business to be brought forward on a timely scale. Councillor Daniel Butt, please.
Thank you, Chair. I believe that on the Tuesday there's a training session that I can see in the calendar. I don't see that to be important comparing to full council. Couldn't we just move that to the Wednesday and obviously then have the training on that day rather than the Tuesday? I mean, Tuesday is the set sort of day that we have our full council meeting, and it is the most important meeting in the calendar.
Thank you, Councillor Butt. Councillor Poidevin, is that do you still wish to speak, to come back, or is that a...
Thank you, but I asked my question. And,
yes, super. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Solved it. Thank you.
Members, if you could just bear with me for one moment, I just want to get some advice from our officers with regard to change. Councillor Judy Butt, please. Judy Butt.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I support Councillor Butt's proposal. Do you need a seconder for that, or just so that we have it on record?
I'm struggling to hear you, Councillor Butt.
Sorry, Councillor Butt, if I may, your microphone, I think, is up by your ear. I don't know whether you can put it down. Is it?
Oh, that's better.
Oh, there you go.
Well done, Mr. Farrant. Thank you so much. Yes, sorry, Mr. Chairman. I support Councillor Butt's proposal. I'm just wondering whether you needed a seconder so that it's recorded appropriately. That, in fact, with training day, it would seem just on the Wednesday. We could swap with the Tuesday and keep council on Tuesday as it has been since God was a boy. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you for that, Councillor Butt. I would just, if members just bear with me for a brief moment, I'll have a discussion with officers and come back. Members, I've been advised that the Monday is a bank holiday, and I understand that officers have spoken to group leaders, and it was decided that group meetings would be held on a Tuesday. Therefore, that is why we chose. That is why the Wednesday was chosen for the extraordinary meeting. Councillor Daniel Butt.
Thank you, Chair. I just wondered why the independents weren't told about this. I mean, obviously the other group leaders were aware, but from my point stand with the other independents, I don't think we've been actually told this. So I think about poor communication going on there.
Thank you, Councillor Butt. Councillor Vicky Slade.
Yes, I'm just a bit confused. Can somebody explain to me why it is that when we don't have elections, we just have 2 by-elections, that we've gone into a period of PERDA, when we wouldn't normally go into a period of PERDA for a by-election? I'm struggling to understand why this has even been done. I wonder if somebody could explain that, please, because if we have another by-election, say in 5 or 6 months, will we have to rearrange the whole council all over again for that?
Okay, thank you, Councillor Slade. Just bear with me one moment, please. I'm going to call on Miss Zeiss to explain the situation. Thank you.
Okay, members. Yes, it might be the case that if you're having one by-election at a time, you wouldn't consider a pre-election period, but we need to consider that we're also having the Police and Crime Commissioner elections, and also we're in a council with no overall control, where these two by-elections may well have a bearing on the way the council is constituted. So I do think it is wise for this authority to be careful during the pre-election period. Of course, business as usual should continue. It's just for the sake of very controversial decisions or decisions that might be taken or meetings that might be held right up against the election day, that it's best for us to be cautious and hold them outside of the pre-election period. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Zeiss. Members, it has been proposed and seconded for the 2nd of June with a start time of 7 o'clock. Can I ask members to show any dissent in the conversation bar, please? Thank you, members. And just a reminder that the annual meeting of the council is set for the 11th of May 2021. Councillor Butt. Councillor Butt, did you wish to?
I was just wondering if why we can't move the meeting. My question was not answered. If not possible for the 1st of June, why can't we move it a week later?
Well, I think that explanation was given, Councillor Butt, with regards to PERDA, the group meetings, etc., etc.
But also,
we have gone to the vote. I didn't really want to spend all night discussing an extra meeting of the council, to be fair.
I just think that the independents weren't made aware of this situation, that's all, and I think it's a bit unfair. That's my stand.
This is why we're discussing it now, Councillor Butt.
Yeah, I know, but we should have been told earlier rather than now and in full council. That's what I feel. But anyway, that's fine. There's no matter. I'll finish my code session. Thank you.
Your point's taken. Thank you. I'm now going to move on to item 9, which is notice of motions in accordance with procedure rule 12, gender neutral language. Members will recall that the original motion was proposed and seconded, and you will see on the agenda that an alternative amendment has been put forward. Now, my understanding is that the council need to decide whether or not to accept that amendment, but that there is no debate. So I will go straight to the vote with regards to whether or not the amendment as set out with items 1, 2, 3 on the agenda be accepted. So I will hand over to the Chief Executive to conduct the vote. Thank you, Chief Executive.
Thank you, Chairman. So introduce the amendment. It's a vote that has to be taken by full council to do that. If you're in favour of introducing the amendment, please vote for. If you're against that, please vote against. The alternative, as ever, is to abstain. Councillor Hazel Allen.
Against.
Councillor Lewis Allison.
For.
Councillor Mark Anderson.
Against.
Councillor Sarah Anderson.
Against.
Councillor Marcus Andrews.
For.
Councillor Julie Bagwell.
Against.
Councillor Steve Barron.
Against.
Councillor Stephen Bartlett.
Against.
Councillor John Beasley.
Against. Against.
Councillor Philip Broadhead.
Against.
Councillor Mike Brooke.
For.
Councillor Nigel Brooks.
Against.
Councillor David Brown.
For.
Councillor Simon Bull.
For.
Councillor Richard Burton.
For.
Councillor Diane Butler.
Against.
Thank you. Councillor Daniel Butt.
Against.
Councillor Judy Butt.
Against.
Councillor Eddie Coop.
Against.
Councillor Mike Cox. For. Councillor Malcolm Davies.
Against.
Councillor Norman Decent.
Against.
Councillor Leslie Dedman.
For.
Councillor Brian Dion.
Against.
Thank you. Councillor Bobby Dove.
Abstain.
Councillor Beverly Dunlop.
Against.
Councillor Millie Earl.
For.
Councillor Jackie Edwards.
Against.
Councillor LJ Evans.
For.
Councillor George Farquhar.
For.
Thank you. Councillor Dwayne Farr.
Against.
Councillor Lawrence Fear.
Against.
Councillor Anne Filer.
Against.
Councillor David Flagg.
For.
Councillor Nick Geary. Councillor Geary.
Against.
Thank you. Councillor Mike Green.
Against.
Thank you. Councillor Nicola Green.
Against.
Thank you. Councillor Andy Hadley.
For.
Thank you. Councillor May Haynes.
Against.
Councillor Peter Hall.
Against.
Councillor Nigel Hedges.
Against.
Councillor Paul Hilliard.
For.
Councillor Mark Howell.
For.
Councillor Mohan Iyengar.
Against.
Councillor Cheryl Johnson.
Bugger.
Sorry, Councillor Cheryl Johnson. Sorry, come back to Councillor Johnson. Councillor Toby Johnson.
For.
Councillor Andy Jones.
Against.
Thank you. Councillor Jane Kelly.
Against.
Councillor David Kelsey.
Against.
Councillor Bob Lawton.
Against.
Councillor Marion Lepedvin.
For.
Councillor Lisa Lewis.
For.
Councillor Rachel Maidment.
For.
Councillor Chris Matthews.
For.
Councillor Simon McCormack.
For.
Councillor Drew Mellor.
Against.
Thank you. And just to note, I've just recorded seeing Councillor Cheryl Johnson voted against. So I shall record that vote in the chat line if that's okay. Councillor Johnson. Thank you. Councillor Pete Miles.
For.
Councillor Sandra Moore.
For.
Councillor Lisa Northover.
Abstain.
Councillor Tony O'Neill.
Against.
Councillor Susan Phillips.
Against.
Councillor Margaret Phipps.
Abstain.
Councillor Karen Rampton.
Against.
Thank you. Councillor Felicity Rice.
For.
Thank you. Councillor Chris Rigby.
For.
Councillor Mark Robson.
For.
Councillor Roberto Rocca.
Against.
Thank you. Councillor Vicky Slade.
For.
Councillor Anne Stribley.
Against.
Councillor Tony Trent.
For.
Councillor Mike White.
Against.
Councillor Lawrence Williams.
Against.
Councillor Kieran Wilson.
For.
Thank you, councillors. I'll pass the result to the chairman. Thank you.
Thank you, members. The result of the vote is as follows. For 29, against 42, and 3 abstentions. So therefore, the amendment as set out on the agenda is not accepted, and we now refer back to the original motion. Can I call upon Councillor LJ Evans, please? Councillor Evans.
Thank you, Chairman. I would like to propose an amended motion. This has been circulated to all councillors via email, and may I suggest a brief pause while everyone has a look at the amendment. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Evans. Do you have a seconder? Is your seconder happy to support your amendment? Councillor Evans?
Yes, I'd like to second.
Oh, thank you, Councillor Lewis. Thank you. Members, I'll just briefly pause so that we can check our emails with regards to the amendment that's been circulated today. Thank you, Councillor Evans. Would you like to introduce your amendment, please, to the Council?
Thank you. Chairman, gender equality issues have certainly come to the public's attention this month. Firstly, we had International Women's Day and celebrated women leading the way. Shortly after, we were horrified to learn of the murder of Sarah Everard and proclaimed that enough is enough. Part of addressing violence against women and girls is by ensuring they are respected and valued in our society. I proposed a motion to degender council language back in January. The principle was deemed sound, but the item was referred to Audit and Governance Committee because there were concerns over the wording and possible unintended consequences. After consideration by the committee, a set of recommendations were formulated. The council leader, lead member for equalities, motion seconder and I then worked together to amalgamate these with the motion. I am now proposing this amended motion as circulated via email. So, why are we discussing this? Because words matter. Language reflects and influences attitudes, behaviours and perceptions. By moving to gender-neutral language, we avoid implying that one gender is the norm and help to tackle unconscious bias. Despite the headlines in the tabloid press, I never suggested everyone should use the title MX, just that it is a possibility when it is unclear how to address a person. Someone may have a first name that would be commonly recognised as belonging to a certain gender in other countries, but that may not be apparent in the UK. So this isn't only about gender, but also about respecting people from other cultures. For all the emails I received expressing outrage at being called MX, no one considered how offended they would be if they were addressed by the wrong title. Neither am I suggesting we don't use gender-specific pronouns, just that we make an effort to determine how people would like to be referred to and avoid generic use of masculine terms. I fully accept everyone's right to be addressed as they wish. Changing to gender-neutral language is neither costly nor difficult. The Government's Law Department has produced a simple guide on gender-neutral drafting to help. I fully accept there will be a need for training and a transition period, and acknowledge that mistakes can and will be made. This process must not be punitive in any way. Councillors, please pass this amended motion as an example to other local authorities that BCP Council is fully committed to demonstrating respect for difference, working proactively to eliminate discrimination, and advancing equality of opportunity for all. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Evans. Councillor Broadhead, please. And we're speaking to the amendment, Councillor Broadhead.
I don't know if you wish to take a seconder first, Chairman.
I think I had a seconder from Councillor Lewis. Lisa Lewis seconded it.
Yeah, and does she wish to speak or not? I don't want to jump the gun.
Thank you. Did you wish to?
I would like to speak, please. Yes.
Oh, beg your pardon, Councillor Lewis. Please address the council. Thank you, Councillor Broadhead.
Thank you, Chair. Well, gender neutral or gender inclusive language is more than a matter of political correctness. Language powerfully reflects and influences attitudes, behaviour and perceptions. Much research has been done which shows that the language you speak influences the way in which you think. Gender neutral language is about clarity, inclusion and equality, and it helps to prevent unconscious bias. In 2007, the Civil Service took up the policy of gender neutral language. They found that after some adjustment, it soon became second nature. In 2008, the European Parliament adopted multilingual guidelines on gender neutral language and remains as committed as ever to its use in written and spoken communications. Personally, I found it surprising that this motion has been so controversial and raised so many questions, some quite unexpected, because up until attending BCP Council meetings from 2019, all the meetings I attended used gender neutral language. It is commonly used in most academic institutions, and I have to say that when listening to the Archers last night, I discovered that also in Ambridge, the council members say chair. Gender neutral language is a generic term covering the use of non-sexist language, inclusive or gender fair language. Its purpose is to avoid word choices which may be interpreted as biased, discriminatory or demeaning by implying that one sex or social gender is the norm. Using gender fair and inclusive language also helps reduce gender stereotyping, promotes social change and contributes to achieving gender equality. For those who are privileged by the system and are not affected or disturbed by language where the male is the default, I would ask them to have some sympathy and awareness of how it affects those who do feel excluded, and really all it would take are small alterations which could mean a great deal. Evidently, the nation of Canada must have realised its importance, because in 2018 they changed 2 words of their national anthem from "In all thy sons" command, becoming "In all of us" command. Throughout our history, there have been developments and changes which have been viewed with suspicion and indifference when first suggested. I can remember the Equal Pay Act 1970, which sparked off many an argument about whether it was fair to pay men and women the same wage for doing the same work. I would imagine and hope that these days no one would question the right of women to equal pay with men. So I hope that the amended motion will go through, as I really believe that it is the way we should be moving in the 21st century, being inclusive to all members. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Lewis, and my apologies for my oversight. Councillor Broadhead, please.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'll try and be brief. We've been in a position tonight where we had an amendment which has been already voted down. We've now got an amendment to the original substantive in lieu of an amendment. And I think I wouldn't be surprised, and I will be voting against this amendment again, not because this isn't a really important issue, but precisely because this is a really important issue. If we ever wanted an example of why deciding on such big things as this by a series of 3-minute speeches is a bad idea, we only need to look at the press reports of the last week. Councillor Evans has pointed out that many of them have been misinterpreted. They've been misinterpreted because we haven't done this in the right way. When this original motion came before us some weeks back, a number of us were aware of this and made the recommendation for this to go through the system in the right way, in a cross-party way, to look at this properly and then to come up with some genuinely positive solutions that will fix this without just being misinterpreted headlines. That hasn't happened, not because Audit and Governance didn't follow the process, but because the process is to just kick this back into another motion. This is not the right way to do this. The chairman of Audit and Governance some time ago made a plea, an open plea to all councillors to, in the correct way, come to Audit and Governance with any ideas of things that they wanted to change in the Constitution, do that in the correct way to look at in the round. Councillor Evans chose not to take that route, but to throw a motion to council, and the output of that is the terrible headlines that we've seen over the weekend, which has really set back this cause tremendously. Therefore, I will not be supporting this amendment, mainly because I think this is an important issue that should be done in the proper way and not by a motion. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you, Councillor Broadhead. Members, can you just bear with me? I just want to check. We seem to have lost our clock for a minute, so just bear with me, please. Super. It should all work now. Councillor Tony O'Neill, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Yeah, we've had some interesting debate. I do find it hard to believe that we're giving oxygen to this motion on such an ill-timed and ill-considered basis. There is little wrong with the English language as it is currently observed or applied with common sense and knowledge. There are more important issues to hand: the pandemic and over 126,000 deaths, unemployment largely due to business closure, trending to 6.6% of the working labour force, not to mention stretched family finances and mental health issues, security threats to our real risks from cyber, biological and chemical terrorism, the climate emergency, and yet we debate this motion. I hope that the good people of BCP, those that work hard, have a good sense of community care and common sense, know that the two councillors who present this motion, Councillor Evans, who is chair of the Unity Alliance, and Councillor Lisa Lewis, might have claimed that they are doing so on their constituents' behalf or for the greater good. I do question this and wonder if there's another motive. I hope that those whom they claim to be representing ask themselves, are you getting good value? Do they really represent your views? On a more personal note, although heterosexual, and I believe we can still use that term, my family and I have some valued gay friends. Equally, two dear families close to my own have children who are transitioning. And I asked them about this situation to get their views, and they said that they would not be unhappy once transitioned to be called by their correct title. It's where we want to be, they said. I know the pain and anguish they and their families have been through, and I look forward to their reaching the end of their rainbow, when hopefully they will be able to find peace, a peace which they so richly deserve. Tellingly, one said to me, Tony, if you wish to wrap everything in a vanilla wrapper, you will undermine the respect between people and genders. You will not negate but enhance the differences. I will not be supporting this motion as I believe it is for a different time and a more detailed consideration. I believe it to be ill-considered, ill-timed and frankly ill-judged. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you, Councillor O'Neill. Councillor Anne Stribley, please. Councillor Stribley.
Thank you, Chairman. I will be very brief because my colleagues have said most of it. I certainly, in the many years I served as a chairman of different committees, I wouldn't have wanted to be referred to as chair. That is generally a seat for one person, usually with 4 legs, made of wood or metal or plastic, sometimes with some upholstery. If we remove the word man or the letters MAN from all our language, do we all become part of the Hugh race? This is an absolute nonsense that we're talking about now. It matters that we treat everyone with respect. You have been referred to this evening, Mr. Chairman, as Mr. Chairman by most colleagues, and a lady in your position would be referred to as Madam Chairman. I think the council has a lot of better and more to discuss than this. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Stribley. Councillor Tony Trent, please. Councillor Trent.
Thank you, Chair. I made a comment earlier on another item about the ability for the ruling group to be very skilled at spin and twisting facts. And it was interesting that the publicity referred to seems very consistent. I did a little bit of research today to try to find out how many other authorities and organisations had adopted general neutral language. And I think there's quite a list of councils which I believe have adopted or are in the process of adopting it. They're across the political spectrum. I found Oxford, Southend, Norfolk, Brighton and Hove, Harlow and Gloucestershire that seem to be moving down that line. So it's not a loony left thing. But the one thing I noticed is that on this particular search engine, every other entry was an organisation, which I believe is one of these organisations you pay to put things at the top of the list. And I kept on seeing these same press issues and the same quotes over and over again from the Sun, the Daily Mirror, the Express, all sorts of newspapers. And it struck me that somebody had actually fed a press release out to these newspapers that were, they made a big thing about the MX thing. That was rejected. This particular item had gone through an audit and governance and constitution review working group, one behind closed door, one without. There were various things put across by the other side, which seemed to actually be pushing that particular thing even deeper and saying it wasn't acceptable because it didn't cover this and it didn't cover that. And I just think that this is being manipulated for political spin reasons. And I will support the motion in its most simplistic form, that we look at it and we introduce what is suitable as and when. It's not rocket science. Other people are trying to make out that it is rocket science and is expensive. I just think that what's happening here is that a political group is trying to manipulate this to get good newspaper coverage and try to make out something that doesn't exist. And I think it's disgraceful how this is being dealt with, and it's all about not.
Thank you, Councillor Trent. That's 3 minutes. Thank you very much. Councillor Diana Butler, please.
Thank you, Chairman. I've got quite a few issues on this. I think that our language is being restricted more and more every day. We've got loads of red tape already. We've got lots of legislation. We've already got equality laws where we have to advertise jobs fairly. All the meetings that I've ever attended, everybody has shown respect on BCP Council. They've shown respect to people, the public and other councillors and officers. People have been addressed properly. If somebody has changed their gender, somebody has been addressed in that gender that they have chosen. I wonder what we're going to call the mayors. That is a question, because the correct wording, I believe, is your worshipful, which I certainly wouldn't want to use for a mayor. And clarity of minutes. Councillors are never or rarely named in minutes. So how we are going to tell who said what if he or she is not used, I don't know. I think also it's the responsibility of the person of how they want to be addressed. And if somebody doesn't like the way that they're being addressed, surely they can say, can you please call me whatever, whether it's a first name or a title. So the responsibility is on the person as well as the person who's speaking to them. But I really think that we are respectful on the whole, and I don't think it naturally goes to being discriminatory. I think it's just pure politeness and consideration for others. So I don't really feel we need this. I think we're already being polite on the whole to people. and I would feel very sad if we took out a description of who we're actually talking to. Thank you.
Councillor Jude Butt, please. Councillor Butt.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I don't have much to say, but the leader of the UA, Councillor LJ Evans, stated in her presentation that we were to avoid generic use of masculine terms. I find that a little troubling, as surely that's discriminatory in itself, that we should avoid a particular gender. And as Councillor Tony O'Neill so well said and well stated and summed up, it's just an ill thought out, flimsy amendment. It doesn't do justice to the structure of the actual point that we should be looking at with meticulous detail, and I cannot support it, Mr. Chairman. Thank you.
Thank Councillor Nigel Brooks, please. Councillor Brooks.
Yes, thank you, Chairperson. It's interesting. I've had representations from residents who have just questioned the whole need of this. I'm looking at a screen where it says Councillor Nick Geary, Councillor David Flagg, Councillor Steve Barron, Councillor LJ Evans, Councillor Lisa Lewis. I'm quite content to be referred to as Nigel Brooks. My family refer to me as Nigel Brooks. My neighbours refer to me as Nigel Brooks, and others refer to me as Nigel Brooks. That's how I wish to be addressed. I just cannot support this motion. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Brooks. Councillor Marion Lepoidovin, please. Councillor Lepoidovin.
Thank you, Chair. The point has been made that we're wasting time by bringing this motion to Council. It was originally put thinking it was very non-controversial. So I would suggest that the people who are actually wasting time are the people who are arguing and raising red herrings about it. If you read the amendment, which is all we're talking to at the moment, it is quite clearly talking about the council and particularly council documents. It is to bring us into line with many other organisations, not least the civil service, who adopted these practices well over a decade ago. And I'm surprised that it is being suggested that the civil service is not worthy of being followed and emulated. I find that very extraordinary. Practices in councils do develop. It's not very long ago that those of us who are members of Pool Council had distinctive titles. All men were called Councillor John Smith. All females were Councillor Mrs. or Councillor Miss or Councillor Ms. And we had all three on many full council calling notices. I see one of my ex-colleagues nodding vigorously. We got that sorted out. I was one of the ones who said that I didn't want my name label on committee places to include Mrs. I just wanted to be Councillor Marion Lepoidovin. And that is the form we're using in BCP. So things do progress and develop. And that's all we're asking for. Not that we shouldn't be recognised as male or female if that's what we want, but that there shouldn't be an assumption that a particular role is goes with a particular gender, particularly, of course, normally male. So it wouldn't say the chairman of the meeting will speak and he will say, because it could be a female. That's all we're asking for. And as I say, if it's not worth emulating the civil service, where are we? So I do support this amendment.
Thank you, Councillor Lepoidovin. Councillor Vicky Slade, please. Councillor Slade.
Thank you, Chair. I'm just so frustrated that this is coming back to council again. The suggestion this hasn't been done the right way, I'm slightly perturbed because it has been to audit and governance, and it is the right of all councillors to bring motions to council where it is a matter that they feel important. For example, we've had motions on fireworks, we've had motions on badgers, and in fact we had a motion last year that was brought forward by the Conservative group on racism. And one wonders whether they should have taken it through a different process. The whole point of bringing a motion to council is to make a stand for something that we believe in. And I have real concerns about gameplay here, because this amendment was sat down with the lead member for equalities, as the proposer has said, and the leader, and they wrote this together and they supported it until an hour ago, and suddenly now they're not supporting it, which leads me to think that there is something going on. This has been to Audit and Governance, so it has been given time to go through a proper process. And as I understand it, changes to the Constitution, which is what is required here, have to go through council. So it isn't that we just pop it, you know, through an administrative process by the back door. What I think is really disappointing is that the Shadow Council didn't actually provide us with a constitution that was fit for the 21st century. As my colleague has said, you know, in previous councils, I was referred to as Councillor Mrs. Slade. I didn't wish to be referred to by my married term. I didn't want the world to know whether or not I was married or not. I was Councillor Slade in the same way as any other man would have been referred to just by their surname. Language evolves over time. There are words that we wouldn't use now that we used in the 21st century. And I think that there's a mistake here in assuming that this is just about our trans friends. I too have a trans friend, and I phoned them last week and said, how do you feel about this? And they said, well, yes, I'd be quite happy to be referred to as she, because I am now a woman. But a non-binary person would find they, non-discriminatory. But this isn't about trans people. It benefits trans people and non-binary people, but it benefits all of us. As a woman, I do not want to be assumed to be a man. And as a man, I'm fairly sure you don't want to be assumed to be a woman. This is about everybody's rights. And I just want to quote you a line. For example, this policy would mean that rather than suggesting that, rather than suggesting a person who drinks alcohol, a person commits an offence if he drinks alcohol in a public place, would simply be a policy written that says a person who drinks alcohol in a public place commits an offence. It is simply about taking out the assumption of being
Slade.
one gender.
That's
it.
Thank you, Councillor Slade. Councillor Iyengar, please.
Yeah, thank you, Chairman. And I am not playing any games whatsoever. The more we talk about a debate, a motion like this, brought forward, changed in recent days, changed again, the more we lose reality with the outside world, the more we appear ridiculous to everybody. The more we lose our touch on real issues out there. And the number of emails I've received about this are probably just a tiny fraction of kind of the broader picture that we ought to be in touch with when we are touching on something as important as this. This is not a and the way it's being sort of presented tonight. It's a much deeper issue than that. And I think something about this needs to come back, address some of the deeper issues that I think may have been sort of at the beginning of this when it first started, and it needs to get back to those more substantial issues. It needs to have a broader input into it from people who've got real experience of these matters. And I'm not talking about me, but people who've got real experience of these matters, women and men. And then it needs to come back in a way that is just totally not the way it's come tonight. OK, and then probably will engender more support and the debate will go much more smoothly. Please, I don't want anybody accusing me, for instance, of not caring about this matter or being unprogressive. But the way this is being done tonight is an absolute shambles and a slur on the reputation of this council locally and nationally as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Iyengar. Councillor George Farquhar, please. Councillor Farquhar.
Thank you, Chair. To use a line of councillors on the opposite side, I didn't intend to speak on this particular matter, but the term red herrings came up. I've listened to the debate very closely because I find that by debating, you can actually go beyond your set ideas. And you can certainly go beyond whatever your party whip actually has got to say. I've heard it's not the right way. It's not the right time. It's bad headlines. There are bigger issues to talk about, better things to discuss. just recently we've heard we're losing touch with reality, the real world, and can be perceived as being ridiculous. Many of those are coming from a party opposite that have abstained on the business of the council tonight, en masse, en bloc. So what I would actually say is, do your job as councillors and vote on motions, particularly those that right wrongs. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Farquhar. Councillor Richard Burton, please. Councillor Burton.
Thank you very much, Chair. Again, just to quote Councillor Farquhar, I wasn't going to speak on this tonight, but because I am speaking because I just cannot believe that we're debating this for this amount of time. The English language is a fascinating thing, and the most important thing about it is a dynamic language. It changes daily. Terms and words change their meaning and get better for their use. The idea of using a term like Madam Chairman, it's clumsy. It's meaningless. It's trying to degenderize it by using two genders. You was talking about being in the council and disrepute. I'm just contemplating when in the days when I used to teach PSHE lessons, if I was sat there with a class of year 9 pupils saying, okay, we're going to do something today about local politics and we're going to have a debate and we elect somebody to chair that debate, and it is one of the girls in my class, and I would say in that case we're going to call you chairman, they would say, why? And I would say that's because we've always done that. And they would look at me like totally gone out, and they would argue with me about that because they say that isn't fair, and you know, that's old-fashioned, and that's the reason why our young people wouldn't get involved in local government and local politics, because they will be flabbergasted by that terminology. Therefore, I am fully supporting this motion because I do feel we need to move on and get ourselves slightly more modern.
Thank you, Councillor Burton. Councillor Rachel Maidment, please. Councillor Maidment.
Thank you, Chair. I want to speak tonight on this motion because this motion to me is personal. This is the world in which I live. These are my friends, they're my family. It impacts on all of us. But I want us to send as a councillor a really simple message that no matter who you are or how you identify, Bournemouth, Christchurch and Poole Council respects you. And that is the basis for this motion and this amendment. When you're different, each and every day of your life, you have to explain yourself. This builds up and it takes its toll. And that's why we see the impact of higher rates of mental health concerns for people with protected characteristics. And this is especially evident for minorities such as our trans and non-binary residents. What we're seeking to do isn't about changing the world, but it's just literally saying, if you tell us your gender, we will respect that. And I just can't see what the problem is with that. This was a cross-party amendment that was put forward tonight. The leader and the equalities lead had spoken to Councillor Evans and Councillor Lewis around this to make sure that this was a cross-party thing being brought. And now those same people are backtracking because it's been picked up in the press. Should the press matter? Should that be what determines our votes? Are we populists in terms of how we're leading this council? Because for me, I want to stand up and do what is right because it is right. And if I don't get re-elected, then so be it. There were people that stood up many years ago. Martin Luther King stood up and he didn't say, I have a dream, I want to appease people and get really nice headlines in the paper. He wanted to stand up for what was right. And that's what we need to do. And if that means that I don't get re-elected, then so be it. But I feel that I have to stand up for what I believe is morally right. And that's to strive for equality, for women and men to be dealt with in the same way, to be respected, for people who identify differently to be respected, because that's what it's about. I want to see those rates of mental health problems diminish. I don't want us to be adding to them. And I think this is a motion that's being overcomplicated, politicised. People are backtracking away from it because they don't like the headlines that have come out, which are totally misrepresenting what is going on here. And for me, this is simply about us respecting all of the people in our communities. If they choose to identify in a way, then we respect that. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Maidment. Bartlett.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. What concerns me slightly about the motion are some words that Councillor Evans actually used herself, where she said that words matters, mistakes can and will be made, punitive measures will not be used. Well, unfortunately, just recently I got a very mild rebuke for using a pronoun which identified a portfolio holder as being male, and that's because I knew the portfolio holder was male and I referred to him as him. Yeah, it did draw a mild rebuke from somebody in the discussion. Now, I know that Councillor Evans and Councillor Lisa Lewis, are reasonable people, but unfortunately, not everybody is as reasonable. And what I would hate is for me to make an error in what I'm saying, in the words I'm using, to be reported by the woke police to the Standards Board, which is what worries me, because I think some people will take advantage of any changes. And so that was just, whilst I have a great understanding and probably support the aims of what's being said here, I've got the reservation, and that's my main reservation here. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Bartlett. Councillor Simon Ball. Councillor Ball.
Thank you, Chair. To my mind, it's very simple. If we want to be an inclusive council, we should support this. It's a no-brainer. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Ball. Councillor Mellor.
Thank you very much, Chair. And I'll start by saying I absolutely endorse the spirit of what Councillor Maidment has just said. People should have the right to identify as they wish. The original motion wasn't saying that. It was saying much more than that. The words we've moved towards are moving towards acceptable words that get us into that place that Councillor Maidment is asking for. But the process in which we've got to them, it has not been acceptable. And our group believe this needs to be done properly. That the work of A&G, we say this has gone to A&G, it has, but then it was brought forward in the council paper. Not the A&G motion was, not the work that was done by that committee, but a separate, a new motion put forward by Councillor Evans. Then we did work on that with Councillor Evans and brought that forward. But the process ultimately isn't been the right way to do this. We can and we absolutely should and we absolutely will amend the Constitution in terms of simplicity of the words, in terms of chair and chairman. We can and we will do that. We can get to the spirit of what Councillor Maidment is trying to get to, and I fully endorse that. But we've got to do these things properly. We just see the reputational damage of this council over the last weekend by trying to do these things not in the correct spirit. I personally believe, after having even discussed the motion, the wording, it had such spotlight to it. It's only right that we actually debate what was put, not what this council has seen in emails and overnight. So I do endorse the spirit of what Rachel Maidment has said. I do absolutely commit that we can make changes to our constitution, but this has to be done properly. And I believe the motion that was put forward to us originally needs to be debated. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Mellor. Councillor Toby Johnson. Councillor Johnson.
Thank you, Chair. I find it quite interesting, the disparity in the stories and the outlooks being put across to us by the administration. Some have come out saying we, as a party, totally support the spirit of the motion, and some have argued against the very basic principles of that motion in place. So I find it quite confusing, and I would suggest that you would get your story straight in future. I think that to argue that we're attempting to force any titles upon anyone, or as was said earlier, attempt to call people after items of furniture, I think that's quite ironic, given that they don't have a leg to stand on. Quite frankly, this entire thing has become a nonsense, not because of the original motion, but because of the way it's been handled. The motion was delayed at the previous council meeting by yourselves to put it through in the proper fashion. And the fact that it has been brought again to the very next council meeting and apparently has not been through the proper processes, when you yourself delayed it to do so speaks volumes about your attitudes to this issue. And quite frankly, I will be very, very interested to see what manner you do change the Constitution in future, and I very much look forward to seeing that. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Johnson. I have no further speakers. I will therefore go to the vote. So, members, we are.
Sorry, Chair, I did have my hand.
I noticed that your hand's just. Councillor Bobby Dove, please. Councillor Dove.
Thank you. Obviously, I've been mentioned this evening, and I am thankful and grateful that both the seconder and the proposer took the time to meet with us and to discuss this. And as they are both aware, I still did have concerns about the wording of this motion. I still think that we need to have more time to look at this matter and understand how it can be applied in practice. We need to make sure that anything that we do adopt will achieve the objective and advancement of equality. We have heard that this has been adopted by a number of organisations, but equally, we have yet still to find any organisation who successfully adopted this across the board and actually brings about the changes that we so badly want to see. We've heard from Mr. Jones, who spoke to his counterpart at Southend, where they passed a similar motion to what is being proposed for BCP. He was seeking to see if they'd produce policy and guidance, but that search wasn't fruitful. And so whilst the motion had been adopted, it appears to have been rolled out fairly informally, or certainly that was the impression that he got. And whilst the Constitution has been changed at Southend, there are still no details on any measures or other means to adopt this further, which will see the changes that we need to see. I see on Twitter that the inquiries over the weekend about reference to MX pronouns and what our policy should be around that. This is totally inappropriate. This is people's lives that we're talking about. And so I'm pleased that we have councillors trying to attempt to find out where this has been adopted, but shame then that this research was tokenistic and superficial. The question, of course, is not who, but how. How many of these people have researched councils, including civil service, where policies and guidance has been devised as to how we should apply that? How many caveats, such as far as possible, where beneficial, etc., have been included because the application is so very difficult to apply? How many extend it beyond a token gesture of including it as an as and when basis, rather than because this is actually something that we need to see and ensure brings about the change? It doesn't take away my commitment to this. This isn't about headlines in the paper. This is more serious than that. And let's not forget all the people supporting this amendment also supported the initial motion, which we approved to be discriminatory without even considering or even caring about the impact upon all of our communities. Apparently, back then on January the 5th, it was also very simple and inclusive, and it's clear that the implications were not understood then as they're not tonight. We will need to continue to challenge stereotypes and to promote the advancement of equality. And I am concerned about the way this has come about, especially when we have a constitutional working group that could look at this. Making policy up in this forum isn't appropriate, it isn't helpful. But I'm concerned that we're being asked to adopt a motion where there's been no consideration of our public sector equality duty, where we are discussing a change in policy without demonstrating meaningful due regard, and having one friend that you speak to last week really doesn't count. So for that reason, I will find it hard to support this motion as it stands without further investigation and research to ensure we do not inadvertently undermine those who are seeking to support. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Dove. Councillor Andy Hadley, please.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, this is a really difficult one. Councillor Lewis said that before she came to this council, her experience was of gender neutrality in language in public organisations, and that was mine too. I've worked for many years in the NHS, and for many years they've managed to take steps on that journey. And the previous speaker talked in terms of the difficulties of doing this. The first difficulty is taking a first step, is actually taking an intent, making a clear statement of intent that says we are trying to work for everybody. We're trying to not be discriminatory against people. I can remember when my wife had a gas bill and they assumed she was a mister, and she was outraged. you know, there's something about actually why do we just assume that it's that men undertake certain tasks? So I can understand what's behind this motion, and it is frustrating that, you know, it came to council in January, it was referred back to the Audit and Governance Committee, and has come back to council again now. But actually, I'd like to understand from the leader, you know, what is the commitment, what's the timescale for actually getting this through a sensible process, if not through a council that says this is our intent to be equal, to be sensitive to people's needs, to look after all the people in BCP, whatever their outlook, whatever their gender or protected status. And I think that principle we should be adopting, and then we can work in detail about how we make sure that it filters through the council. Because unless you take that first step, you don't move forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Hadley. Is there any further speakers before I give Councillor Evans the opportunity to sum up? Thank you, members. Councillor LJ Evans, please.
Thank you, Chair. I'm going to really struggle to respond to all that in my 3 minutes, but I'll do my best. Councillor Broadhead brought up due process. I believed I'd followed everything that was asked of me, and perhaps the monitoring officer would mind commenting after I've spoken to advise council on that point. Councillor O'Neill, why now? If not now, when? The pandemic has highlighted inequalities in society. Why not address these wherever and whenever we can? With regards to LGBTQ+ people, I've already said anyone can be addressed as they wish. Councillor Stribley doesn't want to be referred to as chair. May I clarify, chair with a capital C and chair with a little c are homonyms, i.e. words that are spelt the same but with different meanings. Why should female councillors have to mind being called chairman? Why not just change the word? Councillor Butler said she was unhappy with restriction of language and our equality laws. I think Councillor Burton has addressed that point. Councillor Butt talked about the generic use of masculine terms and this being discriminatory. Again, we've clarified that's only using masculine terms to refer to gender roles. Councillor Iyengar, I absolutely agree, this isn't a shallow issue. Councillor Maidment, thank you so much for your passionate speech, and I really appreciate what you were saying and the emotion it's taken for you, so thank you so much. This past week, I've been criticised on my appearance, gender, weight, sexuality, intelligence and values. I knew this would happen, and I did it because I believe in what's being proposed here tonight. Councillor Bartlett, you were concerned about making mistakes, 100%, aren't we all? But what we need to do is do our best, apologise and move on. Councillor Mellor again mentioned unacceptable process. I look forward to hearing from the monitoring officer. If I may just refer to emails from Councillor Dove and Councillor Mellor. She sent me the suggested wording, which is an amalgamation of the two amendments, and that is the amendment we are currently debating. I said, thank you from now on. Drew said, once agreed, would recirculate to council as revised wording for the amendment, and then I would imagine would have fairly unanimous support for accepting that this wording becomes the substantive from council, and we'd then vote on that. We'd probably have a free vote as a group on something like this, so it'd be up to council to support it or not. But for instance, I would stand up and welcome this and support it in its current form. If I can just go back to my notes.
That's 3 minutes, Councillor Evans. Thank you.
Please support this.
Members, I'm going to go to the vote. I'll pass over to the Chief Executive, and we are voting on the amendment as distributed by Councillor Evans this evening via email. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairman. So just to confirm, this is a vote on the amendment as tabled or as circulated. You other amendment, or of course the opportunity to abstain. So Councillor Hazel Allen.
Against.
Councillor Lewis Allison.
For.
Councillor Mark Anderson.
Against.
Councillor Sarah Anderson.
Against.
Councillor Marcus Andrews.
For.
Councillor Julie Bagwell.
Against.
Councillor Steve Barron.
Against.
Councillor Stephen Bartlett.
Abstain.
Councillor John Beasley.
Against.
Councillor Derek Borthwick.
Against.
Councillor Philip Broadhead.
Against.
Councillor Mike Brooke.
For.
All the Tories are voting against. Just
Nigel
wait for what I
Brooks.
say.
Against.
Councillor David Brown.
For.
Councillor Simon Bull.
For.
Bull.
Councillor Richard Burton.
For.
Councillor Diana Butler.
Against.
Councillor Daniel Butt.
Against.
Councillor Judy Butt.
Against.
Councillor Eddie Coop.
Against.
Councillor Mike Cox.
For.
Councillor Malcolm Davies.
Against.
Councillor Norman Decent.
Against him.
Councillor Leslie Dedman.
Abstain.
Councillor Brian Dion.
Against.
Councillor Bobby Dove.
Against.
Councillor Beverly Dunlop.
Against.
Councillor Millie Earl.
For.
Councillor Jackie Edwards.
Against.
Councillor LJ Evans.
For.
Councillor George Farquhar.
For, and I'd like my vote recorded in the minutes, please, as an ally.
Okay. Councillor Dwayne Farr.
Against.
Councillor Lawrence Fear.
Against.
Councillor Anne Filer.
Against.
Councillor David Flagg.
For.
Councillor Nick Geary.
Abstain.
Councillor Mike Green.
Against.
Councillor Nicola Green.
Against.
Councillor Andy Hadley.
For.
Councillor May Haynes.
Against.
Councillor Peter Hall.
Against.
Councillor Nigel Hedges.
Against.
Councillor Paul Hill.
For.
Councillor Mark Howell.
For.
Councillor Mohan Iyengar.
Against.
Councillor Cheryl Johnson.
Did you get that?
No, do you want to try again, Councillor Johnson?
Against.
Yes, thank you. Councillor Toby Johnson.
For.
Councillor Andy Jones.
Against.
Councillor Jane Kelly.
Against.
Councillor David Kelsey.
Against.
Councillor Bob Lawton.
Against.
Councillor Marilyn Le Pedevin.
For.
Thank you. Councillor Lisa Lewis.
For.
Councillor Rachel Maidment.
For.
Councillor Chris Matthews.
For.
Councillor Simon McCormack. Sorry,
Abstain.
Abstain. Thank you. Councillor Drew Miller.
Against.
Councillor Pete Miles.
Abstain.
Councillor Sandra Moore.
For.
Councillor Lisa Northover.
Abstain.
Councillor Tony O'Neill.
Against.
Councillor Susan Phillips.
Against.
Councillor Margaret Phipps.
Against.
Councillor Karen Rampton.
Against.
Councillor Felicity Rice.
For.
Councillor Chris Rigby.
For.
Councillor Mark Robson.
For.
Councillor Roberto Rocca.
Against.
Councillor Vicky Slade.
For.
Councillor Anne Stribley.
Against.
Councillor Tony Trent.
For.
Councillor Mike White.
Against.
Councillor Lawrence Williams.
Against.
Councillor Kieran Wilson.
For.
Thank you, councillors. I'll pass the result of that election or vote to the chairman.
The result of the vote for the amendment is as follows: for 26, against 42, and 6 abstentions. So the amendment falls. So we now refer back to the original motion set out at A to F. That's already been proposed and seconded. So if there is any debate, could members please show, beg your pardon, members, if you could just bear with me for one moment, please. For your patience, members. Right, members, what we are looking at is the paragraph. So agenda item 9, at the council meeting on the 5th of January 2021, the following motion was moved by Councillor LJ Evans and seconded by Councillor Lisa Lewis. That the council resolves to use gender neutral language in all reports and formal communications, both verbal and written, in accordance with its commitment to uphold the 9 protected characteristics of the Equality Act 2010 and in combating prejudice and discrimination. Members, is there any further debate on that proposal? And I understand that if Councillor Beasley wishes, Councillor Beasley could speak on the Ordnance and Governance Committee's recommendation, or as set out A to F. So I hope that basically brings where we are with this. We're getting to be another long evening. Right, so I have Councillor Karen Rampton to speak first. Councillor Rampton, please.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just can I first of all make absolutely clear that I believe in this council's commitment to uphold protected characteristics and to combat prejudice and discrimination. And we're all signed up to that commitment. And of course, our leader recently appointed our amazing lead member for equalities, Councillor Dove, to help us keep on our toes. So I'm sure the proposer and the seconder brought forward this gender neutral language motion with good intentions. And so it genuinely pains me to imagine their confusion and the disappointment that what they seem to have actually achieved is to make our council a national laughingstock in the media amongst our residents. I hope that doesn't sound sycophantic, by the way. On this National Day of Reflection, which we've observed earlier, we've remembered those that we've lost to the pandemic. Residents are concerned about their livelihoods. Grandparents still can't hug their grandchildren. And the members opposite, in a virtual sense, think it's important that we spend time debating inconsistent use of gender terms. What's going to be proposed next? Mandatory gender neutral toilets, showers, changing rooms? Well, we won't be able to say landlord of a property or ask someone's maiden name. I can honestly say that I have never had a resident object to use of a pronoun. But if they did, obviously, I would respect their choice. Surely we all would. It's called courtesy and respect, Mr. Chair. So if there's a need to spend taxpayers' money changing the constitution, altering policies, and now having reconditioning training, let's not spend much longer this evening debating this overly woke motion. Let's do it properly with consultation with our residents and get their views on it, Mr. Chair. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Councillor Rampton. Councillor John Beasley, please.
Thank you, Chairman. I'm just speaking here here as Chairman of Audit and Governance Committee, and you referred to the role that we played earlier on. And beneath the original motion on the agenda is the resolution from Audit and Governance to recommend that in considering the motion, Council has due regard to the following issues. And I won't rehearse them, but there are 6 of them in there. They tried very hard to incorporate all that had gone before and to find a way forward that would discharge our obligations, having been asked by Council to do so. We spent a considerable amount of time dealing with these issues, and we made absolutely certain that not only did the mover and the seconder have an opportunity to address the committee, we allowed that to be repeated several times. In addition, of course, to the leader of the council, the lead member for equalities, and I must say, most importantly, of course, the equalities officer, who had considerable input in helping us reach the conclusion that we did. The reason for me speaking is not to come out one way or another about the original motion, nor indeed about the amendment. It's about the process. I was very unhappy a moment ago with the amendment in terms of the process. I'm equally unhappy about the original motion in terms of the process as well, particularly in the light of the work that Audit and Governance did after that came forward. And I will do everything I can to ensure that Audit and Governance takes a completely neutral stand on these issues, but at the same time does what is right in terms of the Constitution. And we must have recognition that the Constitution, once it's amended, is something which can't be just tinkered with at will. It is something that needs to stand the test of time. So any amendment coming forward on any issue, not just this, needs to be well thought through, properly discussed, legal ramifications considered thoroughly, and all the rest of it. And I'm very unhappy about a motion trying to do that job, whereas actually the work done between the Audit and Governance Committee and the legal officers and others is the right way for a council to determine those issues. And I hope, Chairman, that we will be able to revert to that principle going forward in the future. Thank you, and Council, for listening to me.
Thank you, Councillor Beasley. Councillor Judes Butt, please. Councillor Butt.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I echo both the points made by Councillor Rampton and Councillor Beasley. We've been asked to amend the Constitution. Now, if we look at the Constitution, it's basically a book of rules by which all our residents are governed. So how can we begin any process regarding this matter without involving all residents? Do they not have a voice? Are they not to be included? We must give them their voice and then provide the mechanism to hear what they say. And therefore we provide good policy within our Constitution. Mr. Chairman, I'm afraid I cannot support the substantive. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Butt. Councillor Tony Trent, please.
Thank you, Chair. I find it unbelievable how this saga has played out. I wasn't at the original council meeting. Unfortunately, I electronically dropped out before the meeting ended, and by then I'd sort of given up. So the thing was discussed, but I was on the subcommittee that considered it, and I was on Audit and Governance. And it's just a pity, actually, that the Constitution Review working group wasn't a meeting recorded for public consumption, because it certainly discussed the thing far and wide, and it wasn't effectively one side wanted it, one side didn't want it, but there was attempts really to sort of mess around with it, delay it, and so on. And all I can gather from all of that is that this has been one long attempt at dragging the issue out, not accepting a general principle and then saying, let's go back and work it up. You know, you don't have to reinvent the wheel or whatever. But instead of that, it was played out, and miraculously in the newspaper, there was headlines which looked to me very much like it was a press release written by someone, because half of what I've seen in the one-liners that I've read, because quite frankly, I can't stand newspapers like The Sun anyway, but from what I can gather, it wasn't representing what had actually happened. It was a press release someone had put out to stir trouble. And quite frankly, I think the behaviour is disgraceful. And if anyone's wasted time, it's the Conservative group by not accepting the principle and saying, yeah, we'll go back and work on it in detail. No, they just played it to maximise the press stuff, and no doubt the press will love what they've seen today, and I expect the Conservative group will put out another press release and play it for all it's worth. I think it's been disgraceful behaviour, and it's been made a lot worse by the behaviour of the ruling Conservative group, that they've exercised the party whip. They've not let people think for themselves, and they've just manipulated the situation to get maximum negative headlines. And the reason is quite obvious. There's 2 by-elections coming up, but I think it's disgraceful, and I think it puts the whole council into ill repute when this kind of game is played endlessly.
Thank you, Councillor Trent. Councillor Lawrence Fear, please, Vice Chairman.
Thank you, Chair. Yes, I've just kind of sounded how this debate has gone. It's been overly political. We've had conspiracy theories just muted by the former speaker. We've had accusations from numerous different groupings on the council, and no attention paid to the actual process. We've just heard from the chair of A&G, who has laid out the whole process in a neutral way. That's how the discussions happen. I was a member of that committee on the time of debating this issue. We went through that. I thought it was methodical. I thought it was well done. It was well thought through, and we got to this position where things have been changed at the last minute. Policy been made on Hoof in this way. So I feel that there has been no kicking into the long grass on this issue. We should have a real consultation with our residents, who at the end of the day should have the biggest input into these sorts of decisions. And I think that would be a very positive way to go. And unfortunately, we've had numerous members condescending others, which I feel it takes out the kind of meaning of this debate and what we're actually talking about. So I will not take lectures from the Labour Party regards equalities or conspiracy theories put out by other members. I feel we can reach a position where we can agree on this, because I believe it is an important issue and we need everyone to be heard. So I will not be supporting this motion. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Fear. Councillor Beverley Dunlop, please. Councillor Dunlop.
Thank you, Chairman. I'm speaking against the motion. In January, Councillor Evans advised members of the council that she was concerned with the use of what she called male universals and gave Chairman as an example. And no one would dispute that applying male pronouns to roles of office that are open to both sexes reinforces gender stereotypes. And I told Councillor Evans that I supported the spirit of her motion. However, her motion as written does not represent what she has led us to believe, and neither did it support the Equality Act, which is why I motioned for Council to move it to committee. I also took Councillor Evans at her word that she simply wanted to remove male references from roles, but clearly the last few days have proved otherwise. Councillor Evans seems to have embarked on some extraordinary gender-neutral crusade in the media that has created public ridicule and embarrassment for this council. And from the public comments she has made, it is clear that her intention is to police language. Coerced use of gender-neutral language in verbal and written communications is setting a baseline where we discourage recognition of sex or marital status. Neutralising these references does not uphold the Equality Act or combat discrimination, and her motion actually undermines 2 of the protected characteristics. How is that inclusive? We should all be concerned about the narrative that Councillor Evans has put into the public domain. None of it demonstrates any concern for women's equality. It's about stripping away any reference that might in fact differentiate the sexes. Councillor Evans' whole narrative on a non-issue that she has created out of nowhere does absolutely nothing for women or to uphold our protections. Prescribed use of gender-neutral language in this way will have a negative impact on women. And once you've engendered an environment where recognition of sex is no longer desired, what then? If you do this without considering our public sector equality duty, as Councillor Dove has said, despite what you and Councillor Lewis and other councillors have said you only want to do, any of the written words that you have put forward don't support what you say. I can never support any motion that I believe discriminates against women. Thank you, Chairman.
Sorry, Councillor May Haynes, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think earlier on, I seriously thought that we were meant to be debating the original motion, and it went a lot. I will actually be talking to the original motion instead of making suggestions that games are actually being played here. It's very simple for me. This motion has actually attracted much interest and demonstrates that actually our residents care. They care how they are to be addressed. We live in a democracy and people have the right to choose how they wish to be addressed rather than have it decided for them and imposed upon them. Now, it's actually interesting that those residents that took the time out to contact me are women, married women, who have said to me that they are proud to be addressed as Mrs. and not any other form. To me, it's a sign of respect and courtesy to do so. If, however, someone chooses to be addressed by an alternative title, that is their choice, and of course it will be respected and used as is made known. Mr. Chairman, what we as a council decide tonight on this motion will affect all our residents in a very personal way. Personal because it could mean the traditional courteous, accepted form of addressing someone may no longer reflect their standing in our community. Mrs. being an important title to many married women who are proud to actually use that title. So therefore, I cannot support this motion. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Haynes. Councillor Lawrence Williams, please.
Thank you, Chairman. I'm chairman of the Constitutional Steering Group that looked at this in the first place. And we looked at it in a non-political way. And I'm very surprised that Councillor Trent has taken the attitude he has this evening, when politics really doesn't come into the work we do at either the Constitutional Steering Group nor in Audit and Governance. It's a non-political committee because the work we're doing affects all of us. And I think Councillor Trent really needs to have a think as to whether he is in the right place when it comes to our meetings in the future. I, for one, will not be supporting this. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Williams. Councillor Lisa Lewis, please. Councillor Lewis.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, I just feel I have to say something. I feel totally second. So many members have got this entirely wrong. They've misinterpreted everything that Councillor Evans has been saying. She's been misinterpreted by the press. It wasn't her fault. It hasn't been about how we address residents. It's simply about language used at meetings. And I just feel that so many people haven't understood it. If I could, drawn their attention to in amendment number 4, it's saying that everybody can be addressed how they want to be addressed. So if somebody wants to be called she or he, then they're going to be addressed like that. As Councillor Slade said, it's simply using the they when referring to people in general. And I feel that, many members haven't understood that. And I just think that if we don't support this, then we'll be bringing the council into disrepute anyway. I think it's time we moved on. And I've had quite a lot of support from my residents. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Lewis. Are there any further speakers? Councillor Nicola Green.
Thank you, Chairman. I know it's late, but I think there are still some important points to be made. I think this motion has been brought with an attempt to seem relevant and timely, and it may indeed be well intentioned. However, the outcome is rushed, it's incomplete, and it's incoherent. My issue with this motion, amended or otherwise, is the way in which it's brought forward. And unlike Councillor Burton, with whom I usually find myself agreeing, I can believe that this is taking up subject is important. And I may find myself disagreeing with members of my own group, Councillor Toby Johnson, and I'm sorry for that, but actually I do feel free to express myself on an issue which I feel strongly about. The Council set up a working group on the Constitution as it recognised the need for an ongoing programme of work. The detailed work quite properly sits within a committee where options, nuances and ramifications can be explored. It doesn't belong in motions to full Council, changed at the last minute. That belittles the work involved and reduces complex debates to simplistic soundbites and polarised positions. Chairman, I've always been pleased to hear from friends around the country. However, that hasn't been the case this past week when they've been in touch to poke fun at the Council. The proposer's comments, however unjustly she may feel that they were reported in the press, have caused further hilarity, making BCP a touchstone for misplaced virtue signalling. This, and this is the real issue here, completely undermines any credibility which underpins the principle of the discussion, as, frankly, to Councillor Lewis's comments that members don't understand what's being debated. It really doesn't help. But beyond the tabloid pages, the more important questions I'm being asked by my residents is far more sobering. Haven't you got better things to be concentrating on during a pandemic? Is this your priority when the safety of women is once again in the national news? But most tellingly, is this your best response to real and substantive issues of food poverty, deprivation, unequal health outcomes and gender inequality? The answer which I give to my residents is no, and I won't be supporting the motion. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you, Councillor Green. Councillor Philip Broadhead, please.
Thank you very much. Earlier on the debate, albeit under the amendment, and Councillor Farquhar here is going to hate me, but I genuinely wasn't going to speak again. But I thought that I must respond to Councillor Lewis's point earlier on. In my speech on the amendment, I pointed out the unintended consequences of doing these things the wrong way. If you've got an important issue, doing it by 3-minute speeches and motions which are in 1 or 2 paragraphs does not resolve the issue and ends up with unintended consequences. Councillor Lewis has just proved my point. She says, I don't understand why people are misinterpreting this. It's not what I mean. However, we have to vote on the motion that is in front of us, and I will read out the motion that we are voting on now. The Council resolves to use gender-neutral language in all reports and formal communications, both verbal and written. Now, Councillor Lewis has just said, that's not what I mean. If people want this, that's not what is written before us. And that is what we're being judged on. That is what we're voting tonight. And it's precisely why we shouldn't be sat here at almost 10 o'clock at night after being here for almost 4 hours, looking at a couple of sentences which clearly have massive unintended consequences. I'm sorry, Councillor Lewis, but your intentions might be right, but the words are very clearly wrong. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Councillor Broadhead. If there are no further speakers, I'm being advised. Councillor Hadley, please.
Yeah, I must admit to being confused because this paper says it's from the Audit and Governance Committee. It's not a motion from opposition members. Is it not the output of the Audit and Governance Committee considering this issue? I think this has been politicised for other ends.
No, Councillor Broadhead is correct. I've been advised that the original motion, as Councillor Broadhead was reading, and I will read it once again for clarity, this is what we are voting on. The Council resolves to use gender-neutral language in all reports and formal communications, both verbal and written, in accordance with the commitment to uphold the 9 protected characteristics of the Equality Act 2010 and in combating prejudice and discrimination. This was proposed and seconded by Councillor L.J. Evans and seconded by Councillor Lisa Lewis. If there are no further speakers, I've been advised that Councillor LJ Evans has the right to reply on the original motion. Councillor Evans, did you wish to address the council at all?
Thank you, Chairman. I'm so sorry, everyone, this is taking up so much time, and I asked for the altered motion to be used right at the beginning of this debate, and if that had been passed, that is what we would now be debating. The fact that we're now debating the motion from the 5th of January, which we had all agreed needed work, just seems absolutely insane. In terms of process, as I explained, I proposed the motion, as is my constitutional right. It was referred to Audit and Governance. I attended Audit and Governance and spoke. The Audit and Governance Committee made recommendations, which I then did my best to incorporate into the motion, working with Councillor Drew Mellor and Councillor Bobby Dove. I've also spoken to our Equalities Officer and they were happy with the work. As I said, I would very much like to hear from the Monitoring Officer and be advised whether or not due process has been followed. Councillor Rampton says that I've made the council a laughing stock and that we're now accused of being woke. Well, for anyone unfamiliar with the term, being woke is being alert to injustice in society. How can that be a bad thing? Surely that's better than being ignorant and allowing injustice to continue. I believe we should wear that label with pride. The chair of the Audit and Governance Committee has also mentioned he's unhappy about that, hasn't actually raised that prior to this or in his recommendations. I think I'd already addressed a lot of the points raised, such as those by Councillor Haynes saying she's being contacted by people who wanted to be addressed as they wish. And yes, absolutely fine. Councillor Green said this has been rushed and is incomplete. Like we all know, it's taken 2.5 months. I've done my best to work across party, so I don't know what more you'd like me to do. Councillor Fear believes we can reach a position where everyone can agree on this. I would very much like to know what that is and what the next steps are. Councillor Butt also mentioned she wanted to involve all residents in amending the constitution, which was rather confusing because I thought Councillor Beasley said that was actually the point of the constitutional working group, which, as we've heard, has discussed this motion and asked A&G to make the decision, who also discussed the motion and just recommended it was brought back to us to make the decision, which is what we should have done. For us to vote now on the original proposed motion with all its problems is absolutely ridiculous. I certainly can't support that, but I am very, very saddened at what has happened tonight, and I think you should all be too. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Evans. I will now hand over to the Chief Executive to conduct the vote.
Thank you, Chairman. So we will take the vote on the substantive motion as printed.
Yeah, I know.
As read out. Either voting for that motion or against, starting with Councillor Hazel Allen.
Against.
Councillor Lewis Allison.
Abstain.
Mark Anderson.
Against.
Councillor Sarah Anderson.
Against.
Councillor Marcus Andrews.
Abstain.
Councillor Julie Bagwell.
Against.
Councillor Steve Barron.
Against.
Councillor Stephen Bartlett.
Against.
Councillor John Beasley.
Against.
Councillor Derek Borthwick.
Against.
Councillor Philip Broadhead.
Against.
Councillor Mike Brooke.
Abstain.
Councillor Nigel Brooks.
Against.
Councillor David Brown.
Abstain.
Councillor Simon Bull.
Abstain.
Councillor Richard Burton.
Abstain.
Councillor Diana Butler.
Against.
Councillor Daniel Butt.
Against.
Councillor Judy Butt.
Against.
Councillor Eddie Coop.
Against.
Councillor Mike Cox.
Abstain.
Councillor Malcolm Davies.
Against.
Councillor Norman Decent.
Against.
Councillor Leslie Dedman.
Abstain.
Councillor Brian Dion.
Against.
Councillor Bobby Dove.
Against.
Councillor Beverly Dunlop.
Against.
Councillor Millie Earl.
Abstain.
Thank you, Councillor Jackie Edwards.
Against.
Councillor LJ Evans.
Abstain.
Councillor George Farquhar.
Abstain, and I'd like my vote recorded for the minutes, please.
Okay. Councillor Dwayne Farr.
Against.
Councillor Lawrence Fear.
Against.
Councillor Anne Filer.
Against.
Councillor David Flagg.
Abstain.
Councillor Nick Geary.
Against.
Councillor Mike Green.
Against.
Councillor Nicola Green.
Against.
Councillor Andy Hadley.
Abstain.
Councillor May Haynes.
Against.
Councillor Peter Hall.
Against.
Councillor Nigel Hedges.
Against.
Councillor Paul Hilliard.
Against.
Councillor Mark Howell.
Abstain.
Councillor Mohan Iyengar.
Against.
Councillor Cheryl Johnson.
Against.
Councillor Toby Johnson.
Abstain.
Councillor Andy Jones.
Against.
Councillor Jane Kelly.
Against.
Councillor David Kelsey.
Against.
Councillor Bob Lawton.
Against.
Thank you, Councillor Marion Le Pedvin.
Abstain.
Councillor Lisa Lewis.
Abstain.
Councillor Rachel Maidment. Sorry, Councillor Rachel Maidment.
I think we might have lost Councillor Maidment.
Okay, so I'll come back to the end. Councillor Chris Matthews.
Abstain.
Councillor Simon McCormack.
Abstain.
Councillor Drew Mellor.
Against.
Councillor Pete Miles.
Abstain.
Councillor Sandra Moore.
Abstain.
Sorry, Councillor Lisa Northover.
Abstain.
Councillor Tony O'Neill.
Against.
Councillor Susan Phillips. Councillor Susan Phillips. Come back. Councillor Margaret Phipps.
Against.
Councillor Karen Rampton.
Against.
Councillor Felicity Rice.
Abstain.
Thank you. Councillor Chris Rigby.
Abstain.
Councillor Mark Robson.
Abstain.
Councillor Roberto Rocca.
Against.
Councillor Vicky Slade.
Abstain.
Thank you, Councillor Anne Stribley.
Against.
Thank you, Councillor Tony Trent.
Abstain.
Councillor Mike White.
Against.
Councillor Lawrence Williams.
Against.
And Councillor Kieran Wilson.
Abstain.
Thank you. Let me just try again. Councillor Susan Phillips.
Against.
Thank you. And Councillor Rachel Maidment.
I'm afraid
We
she's.
lost her. Okay, that's fine. Okay, thank you. Okay, I'll pass the results of that vote to the chairman.
The vote is as follows. 45 votes against and 28 abstentions with no votes for. So therefore the motion as presented on the 5th of January 2021 falls. I will now move on to the last item on this evening's agenda, item number 10, urgent decisions taken by the Chief Executive in accordance with the Constitution. Chief Executive, please.
Thank you, Chairman. This is just a report that one urgent decision was taken last confirming the spend on the seasonal response funding allocation, which is the Council's response to preparations for the summer season. Did that following consultation with the leader and with leading opposition councillors.
Thank you, Chief Executive. I've just been advised that Councillor Evans put a point of order in. I'm sorry, I missed that, Councillor Evans. Are you able to advise exactly what your point of order is, please?
Sorry, Chair, it was just I requested on 2 occasions that the monitoring officer gave her advice to council as to whether due process had been followed.
Thank you. Did you wish to answer that, Ms Dice?
Thank you, Chair and councillors. It's difficult to determine whether that point of order came in before the vote happened, if I'm going to talk about process now. It's difficult to determine whether the point of order came through before the vote happened or not. And in any event, I'm sorry, Councillor Evans, I'm very happy to speak to you after this meeting, but it's not a point of order that you requested the monitoring officer to speak and the monitoring officer didn't speak. The only reason I haven't spoken is because I've not been called upon by the chairman, but I'd be, really happy to speak on this subject if the chairman would prefer me to, just at the moment for clarification. Chairman, are you happy for me to go ahead, just 1 or 2 sentences?
I think it would be helpful.
Okay.
Ms Dice. Thank you.
Thank you. So from my point of view as monitoring officer, all the constitutional processes were followed in the way that council requested this motion to be referred to the Constitutional Working Group and to Audit and Governance Committee. And I think Councillor Beasley and Councillor Lawrence Williams have both confirmed this evening that those processes were followed. And at the Audit and Governance Committee, the members who were interested in this item had the opportunity to speak. And we also engaged the advice of the Equalities Officer. And I don't believe there was any deficit in that process. Whether or not that is the process that members wish to actually follow to have a look at this matter is another conversation. But as far as the processes involved in the Constitution by way of referring back to the committees, the correct process was followed. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Ms Dice. There being no further business to conduct, members, I declare the meeting closed. Thank you for